Good evening. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of May 6, 2025 is called to order. And I wonder if we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Risto?
Here.
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Badami?
Here.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Here.
Mayor Hudas?
Here. Well, thank you for that. And now I'd like to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have a young man, Rod Mayer, who would like to come up and help us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Come on up around this way. Pledge. And I have to say, we're delighted to have a pledge leader here tonight. And I can tell you a little bit about Rod Mayer. He is in the 5th grade at Blossom Hill Elementary School. And his favorite activities are PE, math, and reading. And he has received a Presidential Service Award for various service projects, including community gardening and cards for hospitalized kids. So thank you for doing that and agreeing, and now you can lead us in the pledge if everyone would stand, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And if you'd like, you can shake the hands of our council members. Thanks again. Okay, could we get a round of applause, maybe? Thank you. And so tonight we have several presentations. And so I'm going to come down there and ask maybe first for the Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week proclamation. And I'll make a couple of comments about that. And be great if someone from the police department were able to join me here at some point. Which one is this? Here it is. Okay. Thank you, Chief, for joining me. The Town of Los Gatos recognizes May 15, 2025 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 11 to 17, 2025 as National Police Week in honor of the dedicated men and women of the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department who courageously and professionally protect the lives, property, and rights of our residents. These officers serve as guardians of the community, providing essential law enforcement services grounded in trust, partnership, and public engagement. This proclamation also acknowledges the daily sacrifices made by law enforcement officers nationwide and expresses deep gratitude for their service, especially in remembrance of those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. And so I present this proclamation to you, and thank you very much for the service of our group. And we have a few other all right, good. So, right. Oh, okay. Right. I could have done them in a different order,
That's okay. That's okay.
So,
right.
Yeah, let's get a picture. Come on, let's all get in. Yeah. Okay, we got more. Good. Well, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some applause for our police department. Thanks a lot. Okay, I'm going to just read this one. This is also National Historic Preservation Month. The town of Los Gatos proclaims May 2025 as National Historic Preservation Month let me make sure I got the right one, yep. To recognize the importance of preserving the community's rich architectural and cultural heritage. Historic preservation not only celebrates classic building styles and local history, but also supports sustainable development, fosters community pride, and enhances livability. This effort is meaningful for people of all backgrounds and ages and is driven by the contributions of dedicated individuals in Los Gatos. In honor of the 75th anniversary of the National Trust for Historic Preservation and this year's theme, Harnessing the Power of Place, the town encourages all residents to recommit to preserving the tangible history that shapes our shared environment. And again, this is an important proclamation, and it's also a strategic priority of the town to enhance our historic preservation. The next one I have is Building Safety Month. And so if our building officials could join me. Robert Gray, our chief building official, and
Hannah Menacucci, permit technician.
Great. Well, thank you for joining. The town of Los Gatos proclaims May 2025 as to recognize the vital role that safe, resilient buildings and infrastructure play in our daily lives and in protecting our community during disasters. This observance honors the dedicated professionals such as building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, and tradespeople who work year-round to ensure structures are built to the highest safety standards. These individuals, many of whom are members of the International Code Council, help develop and enforce modern building codes that safeguard against natural disasters and hazards. With the 2025 theme, Game On, the town encourages residents to get involved and raise awareness about building safety locally and globally, while acknowledging the essential work of code officials in preserving the lives, property, and community resilience. So we get a picture, and I can give you this proclamation, and we can get a picture. Thank you. And finally, Affordable Housing Month, and I'd like to ask Corey Wolbach to join me up here. And so the town of Los Gatos proclaims May 2025 as Affordable Housing Month, recognizing that affordable housing is a basic human right and essential to the well-being and stability of individuals and families, particularly in Silicon Valley, which is one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation. The town is committed to protecting its most vulnerable residents, planning thoughtfully for housing development, and supporting the production of affordable homes. Alongside local governments, organizations, and community members across the region, Los Gatos joins in highlighting the importance of safe, stable, and affordable housing by sharing solutions, best practices, and opportunities to expand housing access. All residents are encouraged to support these efforts to increase housing affordability and strengthen the community. So I will give you this proclamation from the town, and we can get a picture, and then if you would like to say a few words, this is a good opportunity.
Should I use the mic up there? Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Corey Wolbach. I'm the Civic Leadership Manager at SV at Home. SV at Home is a local nonprofit that advocates for evidence-based solutions to meet the housing needs of all of our residents throughout Santa Clara County. Our work focuses on policy solutions that create new affordable homes, preserve the existing affordable housing that we have, and protect our most vulnerable residents from housing instability. We also prioritize community education and strengthening grassroots organizations and local leadership. Because we believe in empowering communities to raise their voices and drive meaningful change locally. So I want to say thank you very much, Mayor Hudis, Vice Mayor Moore, and council members and city staff for inviting us to participate in your recognition of Affordable Housing Month and for your commitment to advancing affordable housing here in Los Gatos. According to the latest numbers we have, as many as 35% of those who rent their homes in Los Gatos are rent burdened. That means they spend over 30% of their income every month on their home, on their housing. And some 16% are severely rent burdened, spending over 50% of their income on housing. Now, Los Gatos and your ongoing implementation of your 6th cycle housing element is a great step in the right direction, reducing barriers to affordable housing and supporting tenant protections and innovative solutions and affirmatively furthering fair housing. And we commend Los Gatos for its leadership. The need remains great, and your continued leadership in supporting and expanding affordable housing is essential. This year, our theme for Affordable Housing Month is Strength in Housing, reminding ourselves that housing is not just a building. Our homes are the foundations of our strong communities. By investing in affordable housing, we are securing the future and well-being of all of our residents. And Affordable Housing Month, which is May every single year, is more than a celebration. It's a chance to bring people together, to strengthen our shared commitment to real solutions, to solve homelessness, rent burden, and housing instability throughout our county and right here in Los Gatos and every city. There is strength in coming together, strength in our community, and strength in housing. Lasting change will happen when we work together. I also want to mention that we have a really engaging lineup of events throughout the month, hosted by SV at Home and many of our community partners and local communities. So please take a look at our website, which is siliconvalleyathome.org/events, to check out the exciting programs hosted by us and our partners in Los Gatos and throughout the county, online and in person. So we want to invite you to join us also in imagining a future with safe, stable, and affordable homes for everyone in our community. Thank you again for your partnership in Affordable Housing Month.
Thank you. This is for you. All right, that brings us to the agenda item, which is called consent items, items 1 through 8. And so I would ask whether any council members have comments on any of those items before I open it to the public. I would like to make a comment about item 8, although I will not be making any changes or asking for anything to be debated or removed. I am wholeheartedly supporting the resolution that's before us today. This resolution came about through conversations about childcare and about the need for universal childcare. Conversations that I've had with residents, business owners, and with Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. And this is, I think, a very important item for us because we don't have very many large employers in Los Gatos who can provide childcare on premise. And so we need to search for ways to make that childcare available. We do have very good daycare that's part of the school and recreation programs. But for younger children and for families that need continued hours of childcare, the opportunities are challenging to find, and also in some cases very expensive. So I very much support this. I see this as a first step toward getting more childcare available, having a resolution that's in front of us, and it isn't by any means a step that will immediately provide childcare opportunities, but I do think it will enable us to get moving on some other kinds of opportunities for childcare in Los Gatos, including potentially changes to our zoning and regulations about what can be done where, and also potentially providing for older adults to participate as volunteers in childcare, as we have a growing older adult community. So with that, I am just adding my support to this resolution, which is one that is gaining some traction across the whole Santa Clara County. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I did want to thank you, Mayor, for putting this on the consent agenda. We're basically supporting the county's efforts toward working toward affordable child care. I think it matters across the county. I think it's important that we're one of the many cities supporting the county in this and seeing where we can help our residents as well as the residents across Santa Clara County. And so aligning with our values of helping people of all ages, supporting residents, supporting the community, affordable housing and affordable child care are really important to our economy and to our society. So thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Also wanted to speak to this. I'm proud to enthusiastically support this resolution. This resolution is part of a larger movement called Build the Future, which aims to provide affordable, quality, universal childcare in Santa Clara County. Build the Future, on their website, they talk about providing affordable childcare not only helps working parents and kids, but also the entire community by reducing poverty, improving community safety, and building a stronger economy. I think it's critical that we pass this resolution to show our support. Los Gatos is actually the 14th municipality in Santa Clara County to take this step. I think this is very much a first step. I think there's a lot more to do to make Los Gatos a better place for working parents to survive. My next door neighbors just had a child, and they pay about $2,500 a month in rent. They pay $2,800 a month in childcare, which is absurd. And so, they've thought about purchasing a home and or moving somewhere that can fit their family a bit better. But they fear that if the primary earner in their family were to lose their job because of the expense of childcare, they could no longer make it in this town. And so, I think there's a lot to do on childcare and affordable housing, and I think this is a great first step.
Okay, so I'd like to open this item, our consent calendar, actually, for public comment. So I don't see any. I think that all of these are for verbal communications. Is that correct? One of them is? Oh, it's after that one. Okay. Gus, who? And then we'll check and see whether there's anyone on Zoom who would like to speak about the consent calendar.
This is on the minutes. Just a quick thing on. I try to apologize to Rob because this isn't the picture. I play soccer and I have hacker friends, and when I get tagged, they send me stuff. But this isn't the one I was talking about. And I want to, there's a lot going on in the world, and I'll speak on that a little later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I have a card from Lindley.
Hi, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I just wanted to mention an experience that I had with Susan Ellenberg. I would never trust her with my children. I got to witness her host a drag queen children's reading with the children in Campbell. It was horrifying. It was like the grossest man ever, furry, makeup dripping down, in a disgusting dress. And I felt so bad for the children because they were obviously forced there by their caregivers. I don't know. My opinion of this is it sounds like another non-government organization that the taxpayers are going to pay for, but it's probably not going to be run as well as it would if it was like family members or caring neighbors or, you know, people who are close to those children. But I would never want to hire someone from a county program, especially if it has to do with Susan Ellenberg, because she should never be allowed around any children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more comments. Anyone on Zoom on this?
There's one hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Tara?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hudis, and thank you, Councilmember Risto and Vice Mayor Moore for your comments. My name is Jervaya. I'm speaking on behalf of Build the Future, and as Vice Mayor Moore mentioned, Build the Future is a nonprofit organization. We are working across the county to educate and inform constituents, city council members, and change makers about the importance of childcare. Studies have shown time and time again that access to high quality, affordable childcare really increases the chances of a child's success. And childcare is an economic engine. You know, as Mayor Hudas mentioned, childcare enables families to be able to afford rent and being able to provide their child with the necessary social skills, social emotional skills, early academic engagement if their family is out working. And so we really appreciate working with you on this resolution. As mentioned before, this is the 14th out of 15 cities passing this resolution. We actually we just passed it next door in Montessoreno, and so we're really excited to have Los Gatos join the movement, and we're going to be celebrating all of the resolutions being passed next month to celebrate Children's Day. And so I just want to say thank you so much for your collaboration. We're really excited to see more investments in childcare, helping our childcare providers, our small businesses, our children, and our families here in Los Gatos. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Just add one last comment, if there's no one else, and then I'll ask for the council comments on the consent items and a motion. I would just add that the resolution that we've adopted here, if you read the text of it, it is supporting efforts for childcare. It is not endorsing a particular program, recognizing that Los Gatos has some very unique challenges in terms of the kinds of programs and the funding capability that we have. It's a step to explore various ways of providing childcare. So I'm going to leave it at that. And yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. With that, I move to approve items 1 through 8 on the consent list.
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? Don't see any. Online? Okay. And then I'll call the question. We need to do a roll call.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudis?
Aye. So that concludes the consent items, and we now move to item number 9, which is the fee and fine schedule. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Thank you. We will now do verbal communications, and I do have a number of cards for verbal. So let's go through those in order. The first one is Will Whitney, then Gus Hu, and then Joe Enns.
Good
Good evening, council members. I'm Will Whitney, General Manager of the Billy Jones Wildcat Railroad here in Los Gatos. I'm here today to actually extend a formal invitation to all of you, everyone here, everyone from Los Gatos, to attend a very important birthday. June 1st, which is a Sunday, 10:30, we're going to be celebrating our number 2 steam locomotive's 120th birthday. And she's still chugging along just fine. So we're planning on making it a big event. We would love to have any one of you come on down, maybe speak a little bit. We can carve out some time for that. But yeah, we're looking forward to making it a really important day, a really big turnout, because the number 2 has been the heart of that has been the heart of the railroad here in Los Gatos. I'm learning more history about it all the time. It's absolutely amazing. So yeah, we want to throw a big party, and I'm still working out the logistics, but we would love to bury a 30-year-old time capsule to be unearthed on her 150th birthday. So we're gonna work out the logistics on that, but we want to put out a post on our Facebook about how folks could submit photos that we digitize and keep it safe, secured. Turns out it's pretty hard to keep something that'll last 30 years. So like I said, we're working on it, but yeah, we'd love to just have everyone come on down for an extra special birthday at the railroad. Thank you.
Could you repeat what time it's at?
10:30.
10:30. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Next card I have is Gus Hu.
First of all, I'd like to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day. Coming up, I brought some flowers for if any of you want flowers, just come up and get it. Yesterday was my mother's birthday, and we always shared this and Mother's Day at one time. I sent in a lot of stuff last couple of weeks, and there's a lot going on. So, I'm just to touch bases on this playing ball versus the article. Goes to the Pope's death. I was raised Catholic and have my differences with the Catholic Church doctrine, and I have sued them in the federal court. It gets dismissed because I'm, and then I have also sued you guys, but you probably didn't get that either. The Catholic Church doesn't get it. You guys don't get it. There's a lot of what's going on right now in the world is I believe in the Bible and the end time stuff and prophecies, and and the Pope was a good guy. What I want to bring up is the third secret of Fatima is playing out, which I believe, and I have pictures. That's where, and I don't know if anybody knows that, but that's where you have 2 popes. President Trump was dressed up in a white pope outfit. I don't know. I have pictures. Lot going on. There's also another prophecy of this is the last pope. So there's going to be a big change that everybody should be aware of. I believe Real ID is part of the marking of the 666, and I oppose that because like I'm saying, there's a second shooter. This is the second shooter. If we can Real ID him, a lot of this wouldn't be happening. I also. The emergency, I think that's all part of Project 2025. But then I also wanted to talk about emergency management. Los Gatos has, the new MU has this, it's in the article, and it just says that there's a firefighter. I'll give you a picture of that. But somebody should, that's $1 million that the town can save. If I've sent in a couple of these things, and you don't need an emergency. There's other important things. Another thing was, I was to talk about this article, the planning across the street. I know I don't, but that was a different article. And I think that's important. I'm going to send this in to you because
Thank you.
That April 23rd. Okay. Sorry.
No problem. Joe Enns, and then Wayne Heimsoth.
or Friends of Los Gatos Creek. I finally got a real problem that I could use some help with, and that's the fence between St. Luke's Church and the tunnel water down there. Regardless of jurisdictions or whatever, it needs to be repaired. I'm not going to generalize the type of people that go down there, but there's been a lot of crime over the years, and it's probably could get sealed up a little better right at 14th. The jurisdiction would be the people that own the apartments there, 14th East Main. I used to call them before about this problem, but the fence has been knocked over, and there's separations there that allow people to just traverse and go down there and do whatever they do. The eyes of and this has gone on for quite a long time, and I think it's finally kind of whittling down to where, you know, less undesirable stuff's going on there, but there's still, you know, it's a risk. And so I got to have to work with somebody. I don't know, I'll call one of you. I don't even know where to begin. Town manager, whoever jurisdiction it is. So I'm willing to work on this and help. I'll even do the call. I just wanted to sound the alarm to this, so and I'll try to push it through and call these people. They usually never answer, that sort of thing. So and then I'll call you individually, the people that I think might be able to help up there. And you're all very helpful. So thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. Wayne Heimsoth, and then Lindley.
Good evening, Town Council. I can't believe I timed this with the Historic Preservation Proclamation. If I can have that, I'll get it to the old fire station and get it hung, if that's okay. I'm Wayne Heimsoth. I am a Vietnam veteran, currently a staff sergeant with the California State Guard. I'm a board member of the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation, and adjutant of Post 99 of the American Legion. My mission is to save the old fire station as a historical landmark in the town, and to use it for our two organizations' meetings and others. I'm here to urge you to put the old fire station at Fort Tate on the agenda and have it declared an historical structure. I also ask that you have this town staff determine what has to be done to be able to rent this building and the approximate cost. The American Legion has a 501c3 charity organization that has been set up to help post with their particular buildings. That would be a help. Although both of my organizations will only be using the building 3 times a month, other organizations will be more than welcome to use it as well. I asked that it be called the Veterans Center. So many other towns and cities provide a building and space for their veterans. We sure would like our town to do the same. By having it called the Veterans Center, we can get a lot more grants. Without actually moving in the building, but having the building labeled a Veterans Center, there are so many veterans organizations that we can approach to help fund whatever repairs and upgrades are needed. Once they are completed, we'd like to see these organizations be allowed to use the building. But please consider saving the structure and turning it into a town resource. All right, if I take the plaque?
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Lindley, and that's the last card that I have, and then we'll go to Zoom if anyone's online.
Brothers and sisters in Christ, we gather today with heavy hearts to address the spiritual decline of Los Gatos, a town that has strayed from the path of righteousness. The Lord commands us to put him first in all things, yet Los Gatos has failed to honor God. As it is written in Matthew 6, verse 33, "But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things will be added to you." But instead of seeking God, this town, led by former Mayor Sayak at the recent town hall, has turned to idolatry, offering prayers to the Ohlone Indians before Easter and during Passover, sacred times meant to glorify Christ's resurrection and the deliverance of God's people. This is a grievous sin. For Exodus 20, verse 3 declares, "You shall have no other gods before me." We witnessed further betrayal at the town hall meeting hosted by Sam Liccardo and Jimmy Panetta, where the Pledge of Allegiance was omitted, denying our nation's foundation under God. There, fear-mongering and deception reigned, with lies spread about the percentage of voter fraud, twisting truth like Satan himself. As Proverbs 12, verse 22 warns, lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who act faithfully are his delight. Los Gatos has chosen deceit over faithfulness, sliding toward the wickedness of Sodom, where Genesis 19, verse 24 tells us God's judgment fell. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. This is nothing less than spiritual treason. The people of Los Gatos have chosen sides, and as Jesus said in Matthew 12, verse 30, whoever is not with me is against me. There is no middle ground. Woe to those who believe the lies. For 2 Thessalonians 2, 11 to 12 cautions, therefore God sends them a strong delusion, so that they may believe what is false, in order that they all may be condemned who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. The path of deception leads to destruction. Yet we must pray for our brothers and sisters in Christ, that they may stand firm and resist the lies. Let us intercede for Los Gatos, that it may repent and return to God before it is too late. As 2 Chronicles 7:14 promises, if my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. May Los Gatos heed this call or face the consequences of turning from God. Let us pray for revival, for courage, and for truth. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Okay, is there anyone online who would like to speak?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so I will close verbal communications, and now we'll move on to item number 9, which is to review and approve a fine and fee schedule for 25-26.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. The item in front of you, the Town of Los Gatos proposed fiscal year 2025 and 26 fee and fine schedules. Like most municipalities, the town sets fees in accordance with state law to recover town costs for providing those services. The town last comprehensive cost allocation and user fee study was done in 2018-19, and certain elements of that cost study were incorporated in the 2019-20 fee schedule. The comprehensive fee schedule allows for annual adjustment of fees by average increases in the consumer price index, and the town increased those fees since 2019-20 every year. The current increases for CPI increases for 2024 was 2.8%, and this is the CPI increase that included in the proposed fee schedule. The proposed fee schedule also recommends some modification reflecting current services provided by the town previously not included in the fee schedule, such as fee for music event or engineering review fee added to the planning review fee to allow cost recovery for the engineering work. We updated special event rates, eliminating certain fees, such as the street sweeper hourly rental rate, since the equipment is not available any longer, and the building attendant fees. The proposed fee schedule now includes an updated layout for the parks reservation and special use permits. All the changes in the fee schedule, what I just included in the explanation is a staff report, can be found Exhibit A to Attachment 1 in the red line version. There are two significant other areas of the changes. As I mentioned, the last cost and user fee study was in 2018-19, and certain development fees, planning fees, were not recovered 100% at that time. The planning department recommending to recover all the fee 100%. This time that wasn't fully recovered. So that's one area of the changes. Other area of the changes, the engineering department team did analysis and to make sure that that they increase include all the time that's spent on the specific task. And based on this analysis, they are recommending changes. These changes, some of them just slight increases, some of them more significant increases, and some of them are decreasing. And one of the example is the lot merger fee that it's a little bit over $4,000, and it will be decreased to $3,400. And one of the example of the dumpster permit, which is currently $179, it doesn't provide enough for cost recovery, so they're recommending to include that fee for $486. In addition, the department recommending structuring how they provide for grading permits instead of the valuation of the project using cubic meter moved, so which is better aligned with other jurisdiction. So I just want to mention that prior council action, there is no changes. The Conceptual Development Advisory Committee review fee, which is set in $2,996. In addition, we also included the proposed fine schedule. The fine schedule just makes sure that we are consistent with state law and all the town code for better serve the public. We also include the fire district fees and the current provider for the animal control services fee, although we are not collecting those fees, but we include it for the residents to reference. All of the fees and the changes can be found redlined in both of the document. The fee can be found in attachment 2 of exhibit A on the attachment 1, and the redline fine schedule can be found attachment A to exhibit A to attachment 3. Staff proposing that the council approve the resolution adopt a resolution approving the comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 2025-26 to continue certain department fees, rates, and charges, and amending certain fees, rates, and charges for fiscal year 2025-26, and adopt a resolution approving the administrative fine and penalty schedule for fiscal year 2025-26 to continue certain department fines and amending certain fines for fiscal year 2025-26. That concludes the presentation, and we have directors here to answer any of your specific questions.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we get some clarifying questions out of the way first, then take public comment, then we can step through fee by fee if council members would like to do that. So any opening questions, council? No? Mr. Rennie? No? Okay. Okay, then I will go to public comment, and I don't have any cards for public comment. Are there anyone online want to make a public comment?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so let's go back to the council. Are there comments, questions, Councilmember Risto?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of just short questions. I went through all of this. I mean, it's amazing how many fines and fees and how many transactions go on with the town on a regular basis. So it's always interesting to review each year. First question is on the packet, page 223, which is page 23 of item 9. Could you explain to me what the tree appeal is? Because it has tree appeal and the fee is going from $107 to $3,886. And I don't know what that is, and I'm just trying to understand.
We'll have the Community Development Director speak to that because it's appeal through the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So thanks for catching that. Another council member also caught that, and so that actually should have just been raised by CPI, similar to the other appeals. So we will need to modify that. I think the CPI with a 2.8% increase is approximately $110, so it'll go up $3.
Okay, great. I thought, my God, are we just telling people don't appeal it? Okay, thank you. That makes sense. My next question is, I have three, if that's okay.
Yeah.
First of all, for engineering, I really appreciate the change in going from amount of earth graded or movement as opposed to the value of the work being done. I think the staff report highlighted that depending on quotes or how you looked at it, it could have different values, and it really makes a lot more sense to be looking at how much earth is being moved regardless of what the project is or who's doing it and how much it costs. So I appreciate that. I guess that wasn't a question. My next question, my last question right now, is under residential parking, which is page 41 of item 9 or 282 of our packet. Under residential parking permits, I'm curious, I thought when we increased the price of the permits last year, the year before, we wanted to have a cost of living increase, that because they were incredibly outdated and under, not even coming close to paying for what it takes to do the enforcement for parking permits. And so we had raised the price a couple of years ago, but I'm curious why it's not increasing each year, because certainly the cost of patrolling the streets and checking the permits goes up each year.
I can actually probably grab that one for you. Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. So my team is transitioning into managing the residential permit parking program, and we are in the process of doing, you have a very good memory, you are correct, and but we are in the process of doing some wholesale reevaluation of the residential program. And so as we do that, I think that's when we would look to, we're doing data collection and we're going to do some additional evaluation and redo the policy surrounding that. So I think you might see changes in that in the future, but we've held for now just to reflect that we have more work to do.
Okay, so that makes sense. So for right now, we won't be touching that, but the project, either the whole concept or how it's implemented will be coming back to council with other changes or an examination of what this program looks like?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Okay, other Vice Mayor?
I have a question that I'm not 100% sure staff will be able to answer because this is now being provided by an outside agency. But on the cat trapping fee, I think this is for PD. So a couple of sort of specific questions. One, are all of those fees just exactly what all of the other municipalities with using Silicon Valley Animal Control use? Are we all the same?
Jamie Field, Chief for Los Gatos Montserrat Police Department. And yes, through the JPA, that should be representative of what all the other jurisdictions are paying as well.
Okay, great. And then a follow-up on that. So I see that if you're a senior over 65, you get one free license per household. So do you know what that, so you go through the process and then there's no fee to, you still have to do the whole thing, and then you get to trap feral cats at your leisure for free?
I would have to do further research and get back to you.
Okay, yeah, I'm curious because I've been communicating a lot with a resident who is very concerned about this, and so yeah, just wanted to understand that. Any more information you can provide offline would be helpful.
Absolutely, we can make sure to get a resource back to you to put that person in touch with.
Thanks a ton.
Other questions? I had a few about some of the development fees. While not as much as the tree appeal, there are a number of them that I'm concerned about because they affect residents who are trying to maintain and improve their properties that add to the character of our town. And so I'm looking at 148, 150, 152, and I was and then there's a couple others I have a different question on. So those are fees that are more than $1,000, and they've increased by more than 20%. And in some cases, they've doubled or gone up by 10%, by 50%. Could maybe you address those, and particularly since those could be a burden on some of our residents?
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, those are a reflection from the 2019 study that Ms. Sangvari mentioned. For instance, the ANS for single-family homes in the hillsides, the council's decision at that time was to only cost recover 54% of what it actually costs. So for the last 6 years, we've been taking in, barely over half for that. And that's going to be the same for some other projects, like a single-family home not in the hillsides. We were actually collecting 44% of those. So that's where you get some of these discrepancies. That was a idea and a strategy that staff came forward with. If we're interested in cost recovery, to make folks who are going through the process actually pay the fees and not be subsidized by taxpayers, that's the recommendation. Obviously, the council, if they want to choose any one of these or others, we definitely would be open to conversation on that.
Okay, so if I could just follow up on that, it sounds like those were determined to be set below cost recovery for some policy reason. Do you recall what policy the council was trying to achieve?
I think at that time, they were actually even less than that. So let me go back to my little table here. So the current fee was 54, and so for a single-family house in the hillsides, and the council's decision was rather than go to 100, it went up by 8%. There's not really a rhyme or reason to some of these, because they're not like hey, rather than increase all the way to 100% for community development fees, let's do 10% and then revisit it later. So it's all over the board, frankly. Some of them, the single-family house, just for non-hillside home, we were recovering 44%. That one went up 6 in 2019. So it's really reflecting the capture of increased CPI as well as the baseline from 2019 fee study to 100%.
And for those, so it sounds like maybe the council was trying not to jump so fast to full cost recovery in consideration of the residents. Do we have any sense about how those that are increasing, the ones I mentioned, 148, 150, 152, and 152 is going up more than 300%. How those compare to other cities like Saratoga and Campbell?
I do not have that data, no.
Okay, because I do hear from residents about the challenge of some of the fees for single-family residential development, and so I do have some concerns about those. I had another question on 158, 159, and 160. Those are conditional use permits, and frequently those impact businesses that are trying to find another use for an empty building or an empty shop, and trying to make a go of further economic activity in town. And again, there's some, in the case of 159, that one's going up from 1,200 to 7,900. And so, first of all, is there a rationale for that? And secondly, could these steep increases hinder economic activity?
Thank you. So it's the same rationale as all the other fees for Community Development Department. Any of the ones that we're not full cost recovery from the 2019 study. This reflects being 100% cost recovery. Council is free to make a policy decision on any or all of these from a community development department. I'd say your statement is probably accurate. Obviously, it creates an additional hurdle for someone who wants to open a business in town when they have to pay additional fees and they lack the certainty of what the outcome might be, whether that's going to the Planning Commission, to the DRC, or to the council.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-on question to that? I'm curious under what circumstances a CUP would be needed, because I think some changes have been made. For example, I think if a restaurant is opening in a retail site downtown, they don't need a CUP anymore. Or if you can walk me through like examples of where a new business might be moving in where they would need a CUP and where they wouldn't.
That's not a quick walkthrough. We have an entire conditional use permit table that has, I'm going to exaggerate, hundreds of uses in different zones that require a CUP. Yes, many of those processes were pushed down, for instance, to the DRC level, or some of them no longer require a conditional use permit. And I'm not sure if Ms. Wren wants to add anything additional, but it is a very wide range of different types of businesses.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out like what economic impact this would be, because I know the CUP runs with the land, and so replacement businesses don't have to deal with that. Thank you.
Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. So for the businesses that no longer require any CUP, there's very few. As Mr. Polson said, several were moved down to the DRC. What I'm finding now is that there are businesses coming forward that we didn't anticipate, so they weren't part of that original streamlining, and they may still need to go to the Planning Commission. So, a couple of things. If the council wanted to continue to subsidize for businesses, that would obviously be an option. We can also look at what requires a CUP, and if those, maybe can also be streamlined to maybe the DRC or to an over-the-counter permit. We've seen the personal service that now no longer needs a CUP has been extremely successful. It's allowed folks to move and be more fluid. The business cycle is much shorter than it used to be, so it's pretty difficult for businesses to invest $5,000, $10,000 just for the use. That's before they pulled a building permit or have done any other improvements.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I have a follow-up to that. Quickly, with the streamlining, you mentioned moving to the DRC. Is that moving to the DRC without a CUP? Is it just an approval at the DRC?
So the DRC can approve a CUP for folks like a restaurant with alcohol. Restaurants without alcohol don't need a CUP anymore, and personal services do not need a CUP anymore. Group classes, it depends on the zone that they're in. So if you need a CUP and you go to the DRC, then you would pay that fee. It's off the top of my head. So now that's the one that's gone up to the $7,000 from $4,000. During COVID, the council subsidized all CUPs at 50%. So that's when we saw a lot of those folks coming in and modifying and getting what they needed. But that was a retention strategy. So now if we're looking at attraction, then we really would want to think about what those costs are. Because again, for a business, they sign a lease, they start paying rent, then they go through the CUP process, which can take several months. They pay that money along with their rent before they can even file for a building permit. So it's quite expensive when you're looking at, taking the risk of $9,000 and not having the certainty of the permit being approved.
Yeah, thank you for that. With regard to the streamlining process, how big is that effort? Did that eliminate 80% of the CUPs or 50% of them? Just roughly, how much has that changed?
So I would say it's eliminated maybe like 10 to 15% of CUPs, and then it's taken maybe 75% down to the DRC level. Both of those two items have provided more confidence for businesses. So we're able to say, these are the three findings. This is what we need to help you make in your letter of justification. So as far as eliminating CUPs, that would be an additional streamlining effort where we move them out of DRC and then move them into an allowed use for the zone. But I think that even going to DRC has provided confidence. However, I don't know. I haven't gotten feedback from anybody about if the like $4,000 delta would be a deterrent for them.
Okay, and just one last question on this is, have these fees that affect businesses and economic vitality, has that been discussed with the Chamber of Commerce? Do you have any feedback about that?
These fees have not been directly addressed with them, no.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie, I think?
Okay, I'll start. I wanted to give my recollections of the item you mentioned, Mayor mentioned, for development fees that were only cost recovery at about 54%. My recollection was it was a 2019 fee schedule, but we were actually discussing it in 2020 in the early time of the pandemic is my recollection. And at the time, we thought that the people of Los Gatos were suffering financially more, many of them couldn't work or so forth, early pandemic, than suffering more than the town. And we were hesitant to gouge people. I wasn't really on board with the only 8% raise that was mentioned by Mr. Polson. I am cognizant that huge jumps are never easily taken. And perhaps we don't want to go all the way from 54 to 100. But at the time, I thought the 8% was too little. And my main thought on it is, if we're subsidizing the fees, it's really everybody else in town is subsidizing somebody to make improvements to their house. And I'm not sure that that's fair, that we make everybody in town help subsidize somebody else to make changes to their home. So I'm much more for bringing it closer to full cost recovery than 54%. So that's my comment on that. I wanted to go back to the residential parking permit. Again, I guess a question for Director Burnham. I know you're not sure and you're rethinking this, but again, back to my thought on large increases. If we think that these are far off from cost recovery, maybe we should make some small steps up in it now. I guess the question is, do you really think it's these smaller numbers, or or even less than this? If we're pretty sure it's going to be more, maybe we should take some small steps, because when you finally decide, well, it's not $52 for one vehicle, it's actually costing us $500. Well, we don't want to jump from 52 to 500, or 52 to even 200 seems like a big jump, particularly since this is sort of a passive fee in a sense, right? Everybody's paying this every year, from my understanding of the word annual, and everybody's going to want to be able to park in front of their house. So it's not like it's not really a discretionary fee in my mind. So this fee will be felt by more people, will notice it more when it takes a big jump. So my question is, should we really not move it at all at this time, versus make maybe some small changes so that it gets closer to what we think cost recovery could be, without taking a big jump at some point in the future that will be very noticeable? So back to my question for Director Burnham is, do we really think it's this low?
In short, I think we do. I think we thought that this fee was set to cost recovery in 2023. So I think if the council wanted to recommend that we do a CPI increase on it, we certainly could. These permits are processed by TurboData. So for the most part, staff doesn't really touch them, which is why the fee, remains as low as it is. But that's, again, we will be reevaluating it, but it doesn't surprise me or make me uncomfortable that they're this low. But if council would like us to do a CPI increase, we certainly could.
Okay, and so I'll just finish with my comment that maybe we should consider a CPI increase, which isn't that much, just again, so that it's small steps that aren't as and painful in case it is more. And people always appreciate it if you lower the fee. So if you actually do a more close fee study, or you change the process so that it gets actually cheaper than that, people always appreciate a reduced fee versus the downside. It's the other direction is a large jump in fee. So that's all my comments, questions for now, Mayor.
Other questions, comments? Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. On page 270, ironically, item number 270, I was surprised to see a house moving fee for $4,851. So is that into Los Gatos, out of Los Gatos, within Los Gatos, and what is the frequency of that happening in our town? Anyone want to take a shot?
Yes, thank you for the question. Gary Heepa with Public Works. I have rarely, if ever, seen a house moving fee, but what we did is we costed it out at what we thought the cost recovery would be for that type of activity.
Good enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Okay, discussion. Anyone would like to put forward their thoughts on this? Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. As I'm looking through here, I'm ready to make a motion to approve most of this. I think for me, what would be good to have come back to us would be maybe a discussion of the CUB. I don't want to make more work for staff, but I think before we make a decision about the cost for CUP, it would be helpful to know what the streamlining accomplished, what new uses came up that were not caught by that, and give us a better idea of what, for us to make a decision about if we go to full cost recovery, what would that impact be on new businesses, and how many CUPs are done a year, et cetera. So I would actually like that part of it. So I think that would be helpful to come back. The other question I have is, when it comes to the residential permit parking, I do think that needs a little more study. My memory is that absolutely was not cost recovery, and it's not the cost of issuing the permits, it's the cost of enforcement when somebody has to drive the license plate reader up and down all these streets and check. And I think that my feeling is, living on a street with residential permit parking, the rest of the town is subsidizing my privilege to put my car on the street as opposed to in my garage or in my driveway. And I do know there are a very limited number of residences that don't have a driveway, don't have a garage. There's one on my street. But for most people, it's a luxury, not a necessity. And so I do think we should look at cost recovery on that. And if it's exorbitant, maybe the first pass is lower. But I do think not everybody has this. Not every resident in town has permit parking. Most of them would like to have it. And so for the extent that we've got it in a limited number of streets, I do think that the rest of the community should not be subsidizing us. So I look forward to seeing that come back. I don't know if there's anything else people thought we should pull back. I guess I'll make the motion and then see what happens, if I can find the page again. Okay, so I move to approve. I move to adopt a resolution approving the comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 25-26 to continue certain department fees, rates, and charges, and amending certain fees, rates, and charges for fiscal year 25-26 as outlined in attachment 1, and adopt a resolution approving the administrative fine and penalty schedule for fiscal year 25-26 to continue certain department fines and amending certain fines for fiscal year 25-26, which was in attachment 3, with the exception that we make no changes for the items involving CUPs and keep that the same for right now, and come back and discuss that later. Thank you.
Councilmember Badami?
I'm going to second that. I'm really concerned about new business in downtown and throughout our town, and I don't think we want to hinder new business from making our town thrive economically. So I'll be supporting that.
I had one, so we have a second. And so I did have a comment, and that was about the minor wow, this is such a long list. Yeah, it's a development fee.
Mayor is at 152.
Yes, minor projects. That was going from 2,600 to 9,700, and this one I know we see a lot of minor projects that come through. I am concerned that this is typically not someone who's trying to build some grand new project, but someone who's trying to improve, add value to the town and the character of the town. So I'm a little concerned about 152 as well as the UPs that were mentioned previously.
Yeah, and through the mayor, typically most of the minor projects that fall into this category are grading permits. So projects that are doing grading that exceeds 50 cubic yards, that's the lion's share of those. And when the fee schedule was adopted in 2020, Mr. Councilmember Rennie's probably correct. The cost recovery for community development department was 28%. When we went through that effort, we also modified Parks and Public Works fees as well, and at that time they went up to 100%. That's why their deltas are far less than what you see in community development.
Okay, well, I am generally supportive. I have concerns if we're out of line or out of step with other communities. So I guess we can try this and you know, see whether people scream about it. But we do need to enhance our revenues. I would suggest one other modification to the motion, and that's for 223, the tree appeal, to change from 107 to 110, if that's acceptable to the maker.
Oh, thank you. I forgot to catch that. Yes, with the correction to just the CPI adjustment to the present fee.
I accept the modification.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Town manager.
So bear with me because this may be a little long. One of the areas that I'm looking at for next year is to look at the fee schedule and provide a 3-tiered system to the fees. A tier 1 being a full cost recovery fee based on some assessment. Tier 2 being a subsidized fee where if the council determines the fee should be below cost recovery, that you have to articulate a public purpose as to why that is at the level that it's going to be set. And then tier 3 being fines. And let me talk about why that's going to be important. We're talking about the CUPs, and I understand the motion, and I understand the previous actions that we took to facilitate business, but this is a far more complex problem. And so you're asking us to come back and tell us the economic impacts of that. All the information that we will have will be anecdotal, not based on any objective assessment. And so let's talk about the break that we're giving a potential business. The taxpayers are paying for the break for somebody to move into a location and get a CUP to do the business. That location isn't generally owned by the business, it's owned by somebody else. That somebody else isn't necessarily giving a break to the person who's moving their business in there. And that break that they're not receiving is the monthly payment in the form of their lease. And so what we're saying is that the burden of a business to move in there, in the case of our CUPs, as we look at some of those, is that $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 is going to make the difference between whether a business goes in there. But we're not looking at all in terms of what the owner of the business is charging said business. And now that I've had a chance to talk to some business owners, the rent and lease is a significant burden to business coming here. And so I think what we may want to consider is when we, instead of taking a look and saying, let's just keep the fees where they are, which would beget later, if we do an assessment and raise those fees, a larger increase, which becomes a bigger burden because the increase is so significant, then maybe you want to time defer the implementation of what's being recommended on CUPs to a date in the future. And in the intervening time, have the conversation and discussions related to those fees. And then prior till that time certain in the future, then decide if you want to pull back on the fees or pull back on specific aspects of it. The second piece, it's really easy to look at the dollars and be the government and say, yeah, let's charge less, right? It's not my money, it's the taxpayers' money. But we, except in the streamlining efforts, have not talked about the regulations that we've enforced that cause the cost for which we're coming forth. And so when you look at a $9,720 minor project fee, it's premised on a large litany of activities that need to be considered by staff, which are imposed either by code or statute to perform. And so another area, if you want to reduce the burden on businesses, is maybe we need to look at what are the things we care about that staff should be verifying and looking for, and what we shouldn't, and then change the code that eliminates the requirement and then eliminates the work that staff has to perform on that, or find some alternate way to determine how we assess that aspect of it. So I would hope we were not looking just at the fee and determining how much burden of taxpayer monies do we want to place to have somebody receive an individual benefit, and where we're looking at that all the burden should fall on us and the taxpayers instead of necessarily the property owner, the regulations, the requirements we're putting on staff. And so it's a very complex picture that most cities haven't engaged with, but I'll end with just one example. I came from a jurisdiction that many cities along the northern part of Los Angeles had overnight parking restrictions, but residents can buy a parking permit for one night for a low cost. It was $2.50. And in this jurisdiction, that fee was set that way for more than 2 decades. The surrounding jurisdictions charged more. They charged from $5 to $15 for that parking fee. So our jurisdiction raised that fee from $2.50 to $5, the lowest amount of any other jurisdiction around. And the blowback was significant. Why? Because the increase was far above 100%. It wasn't that now we're charging still the lowest amongst the valley. It was the fact that you had such a significant increase. So to the extent that we make decisions to keep fees low and then later decide there's a need to increase them, we are artificially creating more consternation to taxpayers or those who are fee payers for that, and at the same time having taxpayers subsidize it when there may be another avenue to pursue. So I just want that to be a consideration for the council as we go forth, because I am looking at some point doing another comprehensive fee study, and we're going to have the same issues. I want to make sure at least we know which ones should be subsidized and for what reason, and which ones should be full cost recovery, and it may help guide the council in its decision making.
Thank you. So a couple quick comments on that comment. So to your second point, I think that is an excellent point. I think that is the thing that we haven't quite gotten at, is that you're right. We're asking for cost recovery, but there's that fee probably doesn't need to be $9,700. We probably don't need to be doing that much, perhaps over-regulation. And so to the extent that we can, changing, streamlining, and where appropriate, deregulating where we have, historically over-regulated, I think is a good thing to do. So I would fully support coming back with that. I think the issue, though, is in the meantime, if we have this goal of minimizing commercial rent, with making the fee a bit lower, I don't know that it makes sense to raise it right now to then, hopefully in a year figure out a better process. I actually think the motion as made works for me to then, give staff the direction to come back and have this as clearly one of the areas where we have, sort of collective concern that rent for our businesses is too high. And so I would support the motion, but I would also very, very much support the manager's idea of figuring out ways where we can decrease staff work and regulation where appropriate.
Councilmember Rennie?
Yeah, so I first of all, I'd like to look at it, the CUP ones a little closer, and I agree with the comment. Yeah, we always want to look at ways to streamline, and we had done that many years ago. We took the first layer of streamlining in. Perhaps there's still some over-regulation that could reduce some costs. But I would point out on the CUP ones, which are item 158 through 161, and each of those numbers has 2 lines in them. Only the top lines in 158, 159, and 160 are significant increases. My concern again is if we don't do anything now, 6 months from now, when we finally figure out what it is, we're already got more costs increase most likely. As we know, our salaries are already planned to go up. It's even bigger jump. So I would suggest that you would want to certainly move item 61 up to the suggestions because it's not that as big a jump. And the second lines on 158, 159, and 160, and maybe even the top lines, just move them each 1,000 up. So we're moving closer to cost recovery versus getting even further behind in cost recovery. So I would suggest an amendment to the motion if others are supportive of not getting us further behind on this item and not removing the items that really aren't that great an increase.
Councilmember Rusto?
So as maker of the motion, I mean, I think you make really good points. So can you explain to me what the amendment would be? It sounds like you're saying we accept all of the changes here except one of them. I missed what you said, Councilmember Rennie.
So rather than doing nothing to all the CUPs, I would make changes to the top lines of 158, 159, and 160 to only be a $1,000 increase. Keep all the other changes. That's, I think, as simple as I can put it.
So the top line, I'm sorry, through the mayor. So the top line, since each of these has 2 fees, the upper, the second fee is the engineering development review service fee. So the first,
which is a much smaller jump.
Right, so take those changes, but for the upper number, which is the permits, which has a larger jump, only increase those by $1,000 right now?
Yes, I'm just picking a random number, but something that moves us a little closer towards cost recovery. So at what time we finally figure out what we want to charge, it isn't as big a jump.
Okay, I mean, if you're making an amendment, it needs to be specific, so I'm not sure. I mean, I'll accept.
So I'm saying specifically, Ray, keep all the changes except the top lines of 158, 159, and 160 and raise those by $1,000.
Okay, I'll accept that amendment if staff feels like that can be implemented.
Just to clarify, so the original motion was to approve what staff recommended except the changes to the CUPs and discuss that later, and changes to the tree appeal to be 110. That now the recommendation would be to accept all changes recommended by staff with the exception of fees 158, 159, and 160, which will only be allowed to be increased by $1,000, and the tree appeal permit fee 223 would change to $110 instead of the $38.80.
With a small exception. So 158 has 2 numbers, and so the engineering development review service fee would go to what it is. So the service fees would increase as indicated by staff, but the top number on each of 158, 159, 160, They would, the top number would only go up by 1,000
Yes, I see that there's 2 for each of them. So the top line, meaning the first one that has the significant increases, will go by 1,000. The second ones would go to the staff recommendation.
for each item in that subset. Yes. Okay, that's my understanding of the motion.
Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any Vice Mayor?
And then maybe with this, if it's okay, I would add just one friendly amendment that I think would be acceptable. That would be for the manager to return to the council with the tiered process at some point in the future, a date uncertain, about both ensuring cost recovery on the fees we decide and also subsidizing meaningfully in the areas where we desire.
I'm curious about whether that needs to be in the motion or not. I think the town manager
Sure.
intends to do that.
It doesn't need in the motion, but I just want to clarify exactly what you're asking. What I was intending to do over the next year is start the conversation of looking at the entire fee study and determining each individual fee. Is it tier 1, tier 2, or is it a fine? So staff would make the recommendation across all the fees, and then the council would have an opportunity to go through and say, no, what does this exactly apply to? We'd rather have it be tier 2, here's why, and we'd like it no more than 80% cost recovery. Is that what you're recommending?
Absolutely.
Okay. We can make the recommendation, but it's something that I plan on doing next year anyways.
It's fine. It's fine then.
Okay, and I had one other comment in that vein, and that is to reach out to the Chamber of Commerce regarding the CUP fees and the cost recovery on that. I think it would be valuable to have the input of our business community on that. Okay, so I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bristow?
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudis?
Aye. So that passes, and we now have a fairly complex item, item 10, and so I'd like to call a 10-minute recess, if we could, and we'll get started at 8:40. get on the hotline. Okay, the council meeting is now back in session, and we will resume with item number 10, which is to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission for adoption of a resolution to amend the general plan to allow 100% affordable housing projects, and it goes on for a while from there. So, Mr. Mullen, do you have a staff report for us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Before you this evening is consideration of amendments to the general plan and the town code required through the Housing Element Implementation Program AB regarding 100% affordable residential developments. Program AB commits the town to amending the general plan mixed-use land use designation and the town code to allow for 100% affordable residential developments without the requirement of commercial uses. On February 12th of this year, the General Plan Committee considered the proposed amendments and recommended approval to the Planning Commission and Council. And on April 9th, the Planning Commission also considered the proposed amendments and recommended approval to the Council. In short, the General Plan mixed-use commercial land use designation and the commercial highway or CH zone would be amended to allow 100% affordable residential developments as a permitted use. The proposed amendments would affect all the town parcels with a mixed-use land use designation or zone CH and is not limited to the properties included in the site's inventory of the housing element. As we are required to do annually, in April 2026, the town will report completion of and progress made on this and other implementation programs to HCD to demonstrate compliance with the certified housing element. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I did have a question, and that is it possible to maybe point to a map in the staff report that shows what we're talking about and reference a page number so that we can understand a little better?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to honestly struggle to reference page numbers, but the exhibits in the Planning Commission report, which are attachment 4 to your report tonight, there's and 2 exhibits in there that have the maps that were produced for the Planning Commission. I apologize for not having those page numbers at the ready.
That's fine. I see something on
391,
389, I think, and 391.
Okay. 389, 391.
It might be helpful for later discussion to have those available for projection later. So don't think we need it right this moment, but so let me see whether there are any questions from council members. And I think there'll be quite a bit of discussion on this. So. Council members have any initial questions? Okay, I had one, and that's question for the town attorney. I wanted to understand whether this change is being made to comply with state law. Is there a state law that requires this change to be made?
It's not a requirement of state law, but it is a step that the town said that it would take in the housing element that was certified by HCD.
Okay, and maybe just for clarity, could we read what that step is?
Yes, it is Program AB of the housing element, and it's titled Allow for 100% Affordable Residential Development in Mixed Use General Plan Designations. And then below that, it's described as amend the general plan and the municipal code to allow for 100% affordable residential development without the requirement of commercial uses.
Okay, maybe a follow-up on that. So the way you read the language and the way I read it, it doesn't say to allow for 100% affordable housing development in 100% of mixed use and CH zoning. Is that correct?
It just says in mixed use general plan designations.
Okay, thank you. So I will now go to the public. I have just one card on this, and so Mr. Fago.
Good evening, Lee Fago, almost a 30-year resident of the town of Los Gatos. And I'm speaking as an individual in town. I'm not representing any group. It's encouraging to have 100% of affordable housing to be considered in our town. I think that's an interesting transition, and it's a very welcoming message to the communities that are citizens who would want to move into Los Gatos, as well as for the residents, the current residents of Los Gatos. Again, like I say, it's very encouraging. And it is keeping the costs and the fees low. And I think that's also a good part of this regulation. However, we still must, the town must require environmental impact reports and for all developments, and to protect the current residents of the town as well as the new residents. The wording that's in this this message, page 3 of 4 of the agenda that was available to the public outside, says that additionally, this is the sentence, additionally, the adoption of this resolution and ordinance are exempt pursuant to CEQA, section 15061B3, in that it can be seen with certainty that they will not impact the environment. Well, if you're building 100 housing units, that's going to have an impact, and it needs to be considered, and it should not be exempt from that consideration. The cumulative impact must also be considered, not just that site, but its impact with the other sites around town, the other neighborhoods in that area, because it is the town's responsibility and it's the town's right to do so, to require CEQA and to do an environmental impact report on these developments. Traffic, emergency access, evacuation, utilities, including sewage, watershed, and power, as well as the fault lines that we have running through our town, are things that have to be considered in any of these developments, individually and cumulatively. Please don't void that requirement. Protect your electorate. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak on this?
Yes, we have 2 hands on Zoom.
Okay.
Manuel Salazar.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Los Gatos Council. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I'll be speaking today on behalf of SVA Home. First, I'd like to thank the town staff for their thoughtful work on this important item and extend our appreciation to the Planning Commission for voting to bring this forward to Council. SVA Home is here tonight to express our strong support for the proposed general plan and zoning code amendments to allow 100% affordable housing projects as by right use in the mixed-use commercial land use designation and as permitted using the restricted commercial highway at CH zone. This is a meaningful step in the right direction. By allowing affordable housing without a commercial component in areas currently designated for mixed use and highway commercial, Los Gatos is unlocking more opportunity sites for much needed housing, especially for low-income residents. As described in the staff report, this change would apply town-wide to all parcels with a mixed-use commercial designation and CH zoning, including key corridors along Los Gatos Boulevard and Los Gatos Saratoga Road. Importantly, this aligns with the implementation of programs A-B of the town's 2023-2031 housing element and supports policies HE 3.1, which direct the town to remove barriers to affordable housing production through regulatory changes. Adopting these ordinances is not only consistent with the town's strategic goals, it is essential to meeting the town's REMA targets. We also want to highlight that the proposed ordinance is consistent with CEQA exemptions and will not have significant environmental impacts, as confirmed in the staff report. And by enabling 100% affordable projects by right, Los Gatos is making it easier for more predictable, mission-driven developers to pursue projects that directly benefit the community. SBA Home strongly encourages the council to adopt staff's recommendation this evening. Thank you all for your time and leadership, and we hope you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yamamoto?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Town Council. I totally agree with Lee Forgo. We need affordable housing, but the question is affordable housing currently being built or recommended to be built or proposed to be built is 1 bedroom, 1 bath, small little condos or apartments, and they still go for $1 million. So designating what is affordable housing would be more of an impact and more helpful. When we're looking at this, and you're saying 100% affordable housing, does that mean 1 bedroom, 1 bath is going to be affordable? Or are you talking a 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom is going to be built affordably? And what is affordably? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to have staff answer that question because I think it's a legitimate one.
Thank you for that question. So the level of affordability in a project like this, in projects that would be 100% affordable. 100% affordable refers to the number of units that would be designated as affordable. So what we're seeing right now with some of our larger projects is that the affordability percentage ranges from about 13 to just over 20. 100% affordable, so all the units would be designated affordable. The levels at which they're designated affordable would be determined through the town's BMP process and any other regulations that are out there that would apply. And then the levels of affordability would be deed restricted in perpetuity for each of the units.
Right. So to answer her question directly, this would require units to be deed restricted, affordable, below market rate, not like what we've seen in, not affordable because they're small, affordable because they're deed restricted, affordable.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, we have no more public, so we will close public comment and move back to the council for questions. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I did have one clarifying question because I understand the statement differently. Mr. Forgo brought up some comment about CEQA. My understanding is that there's not a CEQA impact of passing this amendment. There can be CEQA if projects that fall under this amendment come forward. Can you explain the difference?
Yes, that's correct. So I won't read exactly what's in the staff report, but the action proposed tonight is not a project under CEQA, and the relevant CEQA sections are cited here. Additionally, the common sense exemption, which is the section that Mr. Forgo mentioned, 15061, also would apply here. But that does not exempt any future projects that include construction from CEQA. There's nothing in the resolution or the draft resolution or the draft ordinance that would allow projects to move forward without CEQA if they proposed new construction. It is possible that a project could come in and retrofit an existing shell or an existing apartment building, so that's a tenant improvement. Those would be ministerial actions and accomplished through a building permit. That would not necessarily require CEQA, but we would have to look at those individually as they come in, which is the intent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Question for staff. So can you talk through a little bit about the housing element process in terms of reporting and how we go about communicating with them, and also maybe First question, maybe for planning staff. Second question, maybe for our town attorney, about what are the grounds for decertification of a housing element?
Thank you for that question. I'll start. So annually, we bring forth the annual progress report that reports on our housing accomplishments over in the previous year. It also reports on the progress made towards these implementation programs that are included in the certified housing element. So this, for instance, this particular program was reported in the 2024 APR as in progress. And so we will continue to bring housing element implementation programs forward. There have been a number that have been already completed, and we do that on a rolling basis. And the second question I would defer to the town attorney.
The grounds for decertification of the housing element in general would be any violation of state housing element law. And the one example that I'm aware of from another jurisdiction is an instance in which the jurisdiction didn't implement one of the programs that was listed in its housing element as an implementation program. Yes.
And so I guess a follow-on. So failing to implement this program could potentially result in decertification?
I would say that's a potential. I would say the way that it's written, I would say there is, a small amount of ambiguity because it does say allow in the general plan designation. And so I don't think the town would be at risk if the town were to contact HCD affirmatively and say, does this require that all zones be changed or just some zones?
Thank you.
If I could just follow up on that. So I understand this threat of decertification. Is that something that could happen or is likely to happen after the council takes action tonight? Or is there a process where the town interacts with HCD on any changes that we make?
The town certainly has the ability to contact HCD proactively to ask clarifying questions. When HCD determines that there is a violation, they will send a warning letter. Based on the one experience I heard about, the decertification does come quickly after the warning letter.
Is there an opportunity to correct something if you get a warning letter, or does decertification
yes, but it would
start?
have to occur within a week or so.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Isto.
Thank you. I guess bringing it back to this amendment, I was on the Housing Element Advisory Board at various points. General plan, when we moved this forward and watched the Planning Commission. When I think about what is the point of this implementation program, when we're looking at the housing that we're creating or hoping to be created for our housing element, the majority of projects we get are going to have 20% or fewer deed-restricted affordable housing units. And the opportunity to have somebody come in and do 100% affordable is really a great jump. It's very, very helpful for us to meet our numbers. It's also really helpful for the community because we're looking at every other project coming along is going to keep delivering market rate housing with 20% or fewer units that are affordable. And so part of this, I want 100% affordable projects where they make sense and where a developer can do it, and the barriers to that are high. The only way you get affordable housing units is that they're subsidized by something else, which is why there's usually a small percentage. So if you get a builder that can put together a whole bunch of other programs and maybe get donated land or something, you see this in other communities, they can sometimes do a 100% affordable project. We don't have that in Los Gatos, and I think it's going to be really hard to do it. And some of the thinking behind this implementation program was if somebody comes along and wants to build housing in one of our mixed-use areas, the commercial highway, another area where we allow mixed use, if we require retail, that could be a barrier to getting that housing. So I think that this is showing that we're trying to reduce some barriers. The barriers to 100% affordable housing are so huge, and we have very little discretion to remove a lot of those barriers. A lot of them are just the market, that I think this makes a lot of sense. We're basically saying you don't have to put commercial on the first floor. You can do, or, you know, add that to it. We're exempting, we're preemptively exempting a project if it came along with 100% affordable housing and saying you don't have to do the commercial. That's how I see this. I don't see that we're suddenly going to have 50 developers who can do 100% affordable housing coming in. We also, any one of our sites, we could have 100% affordable housing, and we don't see it. So this is just a way to reduce one barrier.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Badami?
A question for staff. As far as 100% affordable projects and how we should jump on this and take advantage of this here, are we aware of any surrounding communities that have 100% affordable projects, such as Saratoga, Monte Sereno, Los Altos?
Thank you for that question. I personally am not. I'm seeing some heads nod on the dais, so there may be some of your colleagues that are aware. I'm not aware because I haven't had the opportunity to look deep enough into it.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so actually, thank you for that question. I was actually just going to talk to that. So in 2016, Santa Clara County voters passed Measure A, and Measure A was a nearly $1 billion bond for affordable housing in Santa Clara County. 11 cities out of the 15 in Santa Clara County took the county up on that funding. The only that didn't were Los Gatos, Saratoga, Monte Sereno, and Los Altos Hills. So every other city, Cupertino, Los Altos, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, Morgan Hill, Campbell, Milpitas, San Jose, Santa Clara, and Gilroy decided to build 100% affordable housing developments with the Measure A funding. And all of those, I was tracking the one that was going through. There was one that just recently went through in Los Altos, and there's one that I think is still currently going through in Campbell. And those projects were incredibly popular in those communities because I hear from our residents often, one of the big complaints about a lot of the housing that's being built is that it's not affordable. We hear that all the time. It's not affordable. And deed restricted affordable housing is affordable. And so this is, I think, one of the ways that we can make progress. It's disappointing to me that Los Gatos didn't ever jump on the opportunity to utilize that Measure A funding because the Measure A funding is now gone. And so unfortunately, there's not money there anymore, though there is talk about a future housing bond. But all to say, there are a lot of communities who have done 100% affordable, and I think I'll just conclude with I agree with everything that Councilmember Risto said. I think this would be a really good thing for Los Gatos.
So I make one quick comment, and then I'm going to kind of get back to a question. The comment isn't, in my mind, isn't about whether we have 100% affordable housing, but it's doing it in places that make sense. And so I wonder if you could put that map up on the screen. And I actually would like to go to a question that Councilmember Rennie asked during the General Plan Committee meeting in February of 2025. And if you could zoom in on that, because I'd like to be able to see the parcels that are behind some of the red area. So my understanding is the red area is the area that we're talking about rezoning?
On this map, the one that was projected, that is the red area is the areas that are the mixed use commercial land use designation. There's two maps. The other one is relative to zoning.
Okay, so if you could put that back up, please, and then zoom in so that we can see what is adjacent and behind. And so I think Councilmember Rennie asks the question, are there any mixed-use locations that wouldn't make sense to have 100% affordable housing? And I don't think that question was answered, and so I think it's important for us to take a look at the map and see whether that makes some sense. So if we could put that map back up again and zoom in, as I was able to on my PDF, to see where there are single-family residences that are directly adjacent to parcels that could be 100% affordable. And why do I even bring this up? It's not that affordable is a bad thing. It's that the kind of density and height that you can get on 100% affordable housing, my understanding is that the height restrictions just go out the window. Is that correct?
There are provisions in the state density bonus law that do allow for increased height for 100% affordable, and I can look it up if you'd like to know the exact figure.
Yeah, I would be interested. I'm sure that's an important thing if we're going to consider this, because we already have had issues with 7-story buildings backed up to single-family backyards. I don't know if this would be 10-story or 15-story buildings that might be required to achieve the 100% affordable, and whether those would be a very similar situation to what we're seeing with at least some of the applications that we have, where there seems to be virtually no height transition is what I'm looking for. So if we could take a look at that and then say, are these all equal in terms of their adjacency to single-family residences, or are some of them across the street, or are some of them not having as much single-family that are adjacent?
As you look at the mixed-use land use designation up and down Los Gatos Boulevard in this case, the predominant land use east and west of those parcels would be single-family residential.
Okay, it's hard to see on this, but I'm able to see on the PDF that I have that some of them, there's a street in between the red and where the single-family residential is. Some of them don't have single-family directly behind them, and some of them do. So it seems to be a bit of a mixed bag, and I can see it clearly in the resolution on the map that's in the packet. So again, my question would be similar to Councilmember Rennie's question. Are there places that might be more appropriate for this type of 100% housing?
I think that there's potential to look at the individual parcels and find those that the council would see as more appropriate.
Thank you. And from if I could ask the town attorney, from a legal perspective, do you see any obstacle to being able to do that?
I would recommend that the town contact HCD to make sure that what the town is planning is consistent with the basis upon which the housing element was certified.
Have we not done that already?
I think, I don't want to speak for all of staff, but I think personally, I read Implementation Program AB to provide that the change would be made in all mixed-use general plan designations.
Okay, and could you refer to where it says that?
It's the language that I read previously that says allow for 100% affordable residential development in mixed-use general plan designations.
Okay, so I read that a little differently. Thank you. Are there other comments? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I was just going to share. I read it the way that the town attorney shared. I would think we would have said in some mixed-use general plan designations if that was our intention. So I guess I would be fine contacting HCD, but I think this is pretty clear cut. And you know, I'll just say for those in town who are concerned about lack of control when it comes to development, in my opinion, the very worst case scenario is decertification of our housing element, because then the builder's remedy is back. And developers can submit as many more builder's remedy applications as they want until we are able to recertify our housing element. And so I think that allowing for more 100% affordable housing is a good thing. And B, think that we need to adopt this implementation program, because if we don't, we are putting ourselves in a risky situation.
Thank you. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Excuse me. Well, first of all, I think the mayor makes a really good point. I mean, it's unfortunate that our commercial highway tends to back up to single-family homes pretty much all along here. And I think height and lack of transitions are a concern for me as a policymaker, and I know for residents that would be near there. A question I have is, you know, we have standards on height and setbacks, but of course there can be exceptions with affordable housing. If someone came in, like right now on these designations, prior to us doing this implementation program, could someone come in and propose 100% affordable is the first question. And two, what could they propose now that we're not under builder's remedy that's not 100%? And how tall could that go based on percentage of? I'm asking a hard question, but
I just want to make sure I understand the question.
yeah, I'm trying to understand like what height limit controls we do or don't have right now with or without this implementation program, and whether it's 100% affordable or 20% affordable.
So thank you for that question. For the first question, the answer is yes. Under state density bonus law in particular, an applicant could come in on these parcels without any changes and do a 100% affordable project, invoking concessions and waivers to usurp some of the town's development standards, including height.
Would that also include commercial? Could they?
They could use a concession to not do the commercial, as we saw on the project at the Los Gatos Lodge, which that's in the CH zone that requires a CUP to do residential there naturally by the base zoning. That project used a concession to not do the commercial component and do 100% residential, not 100% affordable, but 100% residential with no mixed use component.
Okay, so the commercial component of a mixed use project can be waived through other laws right now, even if we don't do this.
That's correct.
Okay, and then if you can walk me through how much or little, like how much more control would we give up over height if it were 100% affordable versus what can be proposed right now?
So staff provided some language in the Planning Commission staff report in response to this. And so I just was looking that up during our discussion. There is some specific provision under density bonus law that talks about if you're going to do affordability at different income levels, what is your density bonus, how many concessions and waivers you get, and you can get a height bonus. It's not crystal clear to me that an applicant couldn't exceed that height bonus, because the height bonus that's allowed, and I'm using the wrong terminology saying height bonus, but it's a height allowance that's allowed is tied to being near a major transit stop, which we don't have any in the town. But height is a development standard that is susceptible to waiving through state density bonus law. So there's sort of two levers that could be pulled from my looking into this. and I would certainly defer to the town attorney if she thinks something different. So then we get to, well, how tall could a project be? I think state density bonus law is limited to how much density can be allowed. So if you have a parcel that has a maximum density of 40 dwelling units per acre, and you pull every lever that you can under state density bonus law, you're going to get a bonus of maybe 140%. I'm not exactly sure, but that's going to put you somewhere up around 100 dwelling units per acre. How big are your units can probably dictate how high you need to go to achieve that density. So I'm not sure. My pass through density bonus law multiple times was I didn't see a limitation when invoking a waiver. But again, I would love the town attorney's input.
I do think that's an untested area of the law. The statute does say that for 100% affordable residential development, an applicant is afforded a height increase of 3 additional stories or 33 feet when located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. And so I think the best way to read that is the height increase that 100% affordable project can get. There is case law that has held that height increases are unlimited when someone is using a waiver. But that case was decided before this affordable housing provision was added. And so I think a good reading of this would be that when the legislature amended the statute to provide for this 3-story height increase for 100% affordable, that's what they meant the cap to be. But there's no case law that's been decided since this change was made to the statute.
So if I could, just related to that height question, actually in the same hearing, Chair Thomas asked a question that I don't think was answered, and that was, do objective standards apply? And as a follow to that, if the town had moved along and gotten objective standards going in terms of height transition to prevent the kind of abrupt, very tall building on top of single-family homes, would objective standards like that apply?
Thank you for that question. In the multifamily developments, the objective standards would apply. I would also note that the town code prior to the town's efforts on the objective standards included a daylight plane to address transitions between residential and zones like the CH. It's something that is commonly waived out of. And the objective design standards duplicate that daylight plane or that step down in the existing objective design standards, but that's frequently waivers applied to that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask about that because I thought we did have objective standards that require step backs, but
there's all sorts of different ones. The one in particular about transitioning down to residential requires, I think it's about a 45-degree. I always call it a daylight plane, but it's an increased setback I think it's 1 feet or 2 feet for every foot of additional height. So it's tied into a ratio.
And then I guess the other thing I was thinking about is it's challenging enough on a market rate project as a building is really tall and dense to find space for parking cars. And so we see projects sometimes proposed that are very tall that have 1 or 2 levels of underground parking, which is extremely expensive. My understanding is that 100% affordable might not be able to afford underground parking. Do we have parking standards, or would they be able to waive, for example, how many cars, how much parking they have to provide? Is that going to be an issue?
Density bonus law provides a separate set of parking standards based on bedroom count. That's not included as a waiver or concession. So we're seeing that with our current projects. I believe a waiver could be applied as well to lower parking further.
Okay. And these are all issues we have to face whether we pass this implementation program or not?
These are issues that we're facing currently.
Okay. Regardless of builder's
Regardless
remedy?
of this, yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Vice
thank you.
Mayor?
My question then is, what would this change?
From the perspective of could these projects be done now, they could be done now. So this change would allow us to make progress on the housing element program. And then by right, they would not have to utilize necessarily a state density bonus law, depending on the development.
Yeah, and through the mayor. So I think the other piece, you heard some speakers this evening. It's, as we were going through the housing element update, it was how can we reduce barriers to housing, period, and affordable housing specifically. So I think it's showing that effort that the town is trying to remove those barriers, real and or perceived.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And kind of in response to the last question and answer about what would change, I guess I wanted to explore a little bit probably the thing that concerns me most about this is that we're talking about making a zoning change. And in my experience, zoning changes are fairly permanent. It's very difficult to go back. It's very difficult to go to a lower density, for instance, or because people's property rights are involved, whether they're a developer or whether they're a single-family homeowner. State density bonus law, on the other hand, has been changing and may change more. So what might be allowed now under density bonus law may not be in the future, yet the zoning change that we would be asked to make tonight is something that is quite permanent once it's implemented. Isn't that the case?
I think that's a fair point. I'm not sure. Obviously, one can't predict what's going to happen with state density bonus law beyond its sunset date or as the market changes. But
and there is a sunset date, correct?
I believe so.
So that's one of the things that's different, I think, is that we're talking about making a zoning change that maybe would allow something that could be accomplished under state density bonus law, but it would be extremely difficult, I believe, to make a zoning change, to change that. So, yes, Councilmember Rennie.
Since I raised my hand, I think you've kind of gone over it, but I want to maybe simplify it a little bit. First, I asked that question at the General Plan Committee. When I put on my General Plan Committee hat, it's an advisory body, advisory to the Planning Commission, which is ultimately an advisory to the council. And so I try to think through what are the kinds of questions council's going to have, or maybe even Planning Commission's going to have, and let's have staff make sure they address those. And so that's the reason I asked that. The Planning Commission had a very robust discussion around this, which, of course, when I asked the question, I didn't really have the advantage of. I did not have the advantage of. But to really simplify it down, and Director Polson made this comment in response to questions from Mr. Stump, the reality is that a 100% affordable developer can come into any site they want in the town because of the existing state laws. State law preempts Los Gatos' ordinance and so forth. So we have an ordinance that says you can't do something, but state law says you can. Guess which one wins? What we're doing here in a very simple sense is we're just aligning with state law. There is a little bit of a difference that what we have if a developer comes in and they're really just wanting to follow town suggestions, codes, rules, objective standards, and so forth, then we nudge them in one direction, but they don't actually have to do that if state law allows them to go in another direction. So again, in a simple form, all we're really doing is aligning with state law. And then I think Commissioner Kendrick summed it up by saying that there isn't that much downside, if any, to doing this. The downside to not doing it is potential decertification. So if we're really not making a change by accepting this, why would we take the downside risk of decertification? So you can debate the merits of affordable housing all day, but I think it really comes down to a simple, we're really just aligning with state law because of all these other laws that give all these waivers. And an affordable housing project gets some waivers, but the more affordable you get, the more waivers, the more other concessions you can have. So 100% gets even more than all the others. So again, I think it's very simple. We're just aligning with state law by doing this.
Again, question for the town attorney. Is there anything in state law that says we need to make a zoning change in order to accomplish this?
No, the state law provides, it has special provisions for 100% affordable projects. It says they get a density bonus of 80%, and up to 5 concessions or incentives, unlimited waivers, the height increase of 3 additional stories, and reductions in parking requirements.
And so as a follow-up to that, are we aware of other communities that have changed their zoning in this way, where they have taken mixed uses or this type of particular zone and said that the way we're going to accomplish this is through rezoning? Or was this a unique feature of our housing element that we submitted to HCD?
I personally don't have the answer to that, but we could check in with the town's housing element consultant.
Okay, I'm a little surprised that we don't know whether we're the only community that's doing this or not.
I'm not sure if that was a question, but to that point, no, we do not track every other jurisdiction's housing elements. But to Ms. Whelan's point, we can definitely look into it. I'd also note that this is not a zone change. This is a zoning code amendment to add a permitted use. A strict zone change would be like we did for the housing element overlay zone, where we actually changed the development parameters. So I know it's a fine distinction, but it's a distinction nonetheless. So we definitely can do that background homework and come back with additional information if that's the direction council would like to go.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask, this doesn't sound like a zoning change. This is just saying that in this area where mixed use is allowed, if somebody's proposing 100% affordable, we waive the requirement for commercial. It sounds to me that's the whole thing.
The specific amendment to the CH zone would allow these types of developments as a permitted use, which takes it out of the conditional use permit requirement.
Okay, but that's the one change, right?
That's the change to the zoning code. The change to the general plan, so the amendment to the general plan would do the same thing specific to the mixed use commercial land use designation. There's a lot of overlap between the two. About 70 some odd % of the parcels within the mixed use land use designation, 73% are zoned CH. That's why we tied the two together. There's a few others that float through there at much lower percentages.
Okay, but we're not changing the CH zoning. We're just changing.
We're making an amendment, adding a permitted use to the existing zoning classification. We're not rezoning parcels.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Unless anybody else has other questions on this, I'm ready to move staff's recommendation. I move
No.
staff's recommendation.
Probably ought to state it.
Sure. I move to adopt a resolution to amend the general plan to allow 100% affordable housing projects as a by right use in the mixed use commercial land use designation and introduce an ordinance to amend Chapter 27 of the Town Code to add 100% affordable housing projects as a permitted use in the restricted CH zone pursuant to implementation program AB of the housing element.
Okay. Councilmember Risto?
I'll second it with the comment that it's chapter 29, not 27. Which I realize you were just reading it, but it's 29, I think.
Accepted.
Councilmember Badami?
I'm not going to support this. So I'm looking at this map on page 391, and I'm just not comfortable making a zoning amendment in proximity to these single-family neighborhoods. This is not a requirement of HCD. I don't want to be in a position where let's just approve this so we don't get decertified. There's other reasons where we could just get decertified, and we did something similar when we approved the housing element back in 2023. I'm just not comfortable, and I won't be supporting this.
I would make a couple of comments that I am not able to support this. I think that it's unnecessary. I think that we can comply with the implementation commitment that we made to HCD and provide for affordable housing in this, including in this zone and in this mixed use, but we should do it judiciously, and we should not do a town-wide rezoning of this entire use and this entire area. And you can call it a zoning amendment or you can call it a rezoning, but it's the same thing in my mind, that when you make a change to zoning, it is a almost permanent and durable change that gets made, and the state isn't requiring it. So why are we doing this? It would be much better, I would be much more comfortable with taking this recommendation and having staff look specifically at this area and say, where would it be appropriate to make this change? And to then present that to HCD and said, this is how we are going to do this implementation. Yes, we are going to allow 100% affordable in this zone and in mixed use, but to honor the rights and the feelings and the expectations of our residents, that when they purchase a home, there was certain zoning that came with it. And yes, we may have to do certain things to comply with state law, and we certainly will, but to go above and beyond state law, to me, is not the right way to proceed. There is a middle ground to look at these proposed areas and for staff to come back with a recommendation about where 100% affordable would make sense. And yes, it may be possible to have applications come in now under the current state density bonus laws, but we know those can change, and we know that zoning doesn't change easily. So I think that it is important for us to do a little more work on this in the way that we do this implementation plan. So I will not be supporting. I'm hopeful that we can consider the best place to do this so that we actually get affordable housing built and do it in a way that considers our residents, doesn't just take a swath across every area, including some that are right up on backyards, as compared to some of the others like Carlton, Camellia, Garden Lane, where there's a street in between, and it might make sense to allow it there. So there are certain areas that I think would be more amenable, but I would like us to not just rush and do this because there's some threat that we think. I don't think that threat exists tonight. I think there's time for us to do this the right way. So I will not be supporting. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would tend to agree with you in the sense that we know that the affordable housing developers can come in and develop on any of these sites. But as I was sort of trying to say before, what we put in our codes and zoning codes is an encouragement. I'll call it an encouragement to go in a certain way. And I also have the same concern that a very tall building backed up against a single family neighborhood with one or maybe two-story buildings isn't a very good transition. And I would suggest perhaps instead of saying this site or not this site, maybe we write into that zone code that if you are building, well, we should maybe not just say affordable, say any building that's taking advantage of height advantages or something, whatever wording you want to use, that we encourage a certain buffer from single family homes. Again, I know that can be waived, but the reality is it can try to encourage developers to think about what fits in better. So in that sense, I'm agreeing with the mayor that maybe we could spend a little more time on how we do this.
So, yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I mean, I think the point about having a very tall building up against single-family homes is a real issue, and I think we all know the pain of that. I'm trying to understand what control we have over that. I mean, if we put something in there, I mean, first of all, I think it would be a great problem to have if somebody came in with 100% affordable. I don't know that Los Gatos will be seeing that, but the goal of this implementation program was to try to encourage that, to make sure that as projects came forward, we were being encouraging toward getting lots of below market housing, which is what we need. Market rate housing isn't what we're lacking. So I'm hesitant to not go forward with what we thought was a really good idea. What I am now, I think what we're all seeing is that on any of these properties, as they get developed into multifamily housing, a developer can choose to push it against the avenue or push it against single-family homes. So in this whole conversation, is there anything we can add or do or work on that would not be subject to waivers and people will say, I can do this anyway?
I could start by saying that there's already code requirements like we just discussed about the daylight plane. There's also objective design standards that exist that require you to push the building towards the street. So looking at the boulevard, moving the building forward, there's no requirement at this point besides our regular setbacks for an additional buffer. To the second part of the question, is there some sort of standard or requirement that could be incorporated into the code or that couldn't be waived? I'm not aware of one.
Okay, because I'm not viewing this as that we're rushing into it. We set a series of commitments when we approved our housing element. It includes implementation programs that are being phased in over time. And staff has a ton of work to do to look at, on a regular basis, all of our implementation plans across the years that we need to do. And this one has come up, and we had a commitment, I believe, of June to implement this.
What I can say about the dates that are listed in the housing element is those were set at the time that I believe it was introduced to the council, and it took some time to be certified by HCD, and so those dates are a little misleading in a way, because I don't want to use the word misleading. It's hard for us to meet those dates because there was such a gap in between the introduction and adoption at council to certification with HCD that those dates never got reset. So we're working as quickly as we can in order as those dates dictate, but we're not able to achieve those because of when the housing element got certified and our work began. We were already up against the wall at that point.
Okay, so we had a delayed start to it, and
That's
so
much
it's a
better way to say
fairly
it.
compressed schedule, and we may not hit the dates, but we're doing it in the order in which.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. If Councilmember Rennie wants to make an amendment to the motion to encourage what he talked about, I would be totally open to that. I'm just hearing from staff that there's not anything that we're going to require that's going to necessarily ensure that all of the developments are going to be exactly to our liking.
Take this moment to offer an alternate motion that incorporates some of that thinking. And so my motion would be to move forward staff's recommendations and for staff to evaluate whether and where this 100% affordable housing could be implemented judiciously within the area that's been set forth. So, and to do that in contact and collaboration with HCD so that we don't risk immediate decertification, and to bring it back to council with further consideration, whether it's on a certain parcels that are within there or with the idea that Councilmember Rennie brought up about any building that's taking advantage of height should require a buffer. I don't know from this moment what's the best way to do that, but my motion would be for staff to explore ways to implement this in a judicious and thoughtful process. I'm wondering if I could get a second on that motion. Vice Mayor?
If you're moving staff's recommendation, I will second that.
I was clear in my alternate motion, which was to move forward with staff's recommendation, but to bring this back to council with a application of it in a more judicious way rather than on a total rezoning of that area.
Okay, I guess I won't second it, but only because I'm confused.
Councilmember Badami?
I'll second it.
If I may, for clarity, Mr. Mayor, because we're questioning here what exactly the motion is. Are you approving the resolution ordinance, or are you in concept agreed but asked that it be referred back to staff and looked at to be changed in the manner you mentioned and then brought back?
That's correct. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not saying we should adopt the resolution tonight. I think we need to look at it more carefully.
Okay. So if I may, then the motion is to refer this back to staff to evaluate whether and where this 100% affordable housing could be implemented judiciously within the area set forth, and to contact and collaborate with HCD with regarding that, and then to bring it back to council with further consideration.
Yes, and my reference to staff's recommendations was really to all of the work that staff has done in bringing this forward, not to throw that out, but to use that as a starting point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
I'll agree with the motion. I know staff said there's already some provisions for what we're asking for, but without having it in front of me, I'm not able to really understand if it's enough. And, you know, perhaps this light plane actually is maybe too much, that it causes too much buffer, and so it's always waived. Maybe we should look at that more carefully. You know, if the light plane requires a 50-foot buffer, maybe that's too much, kind of thing. Maybe it's written in a way that, you know, is just listed with, you know, 14 other requirements, and that it, you know, as staff said, it seems like it's too easily waived. I'd like to look at ways to encourage developers to not waive this. And then, like I said, look at what the light plane really means, and is it too excessive such that everybody just ignores it and waives it. So I'm in support of doing a little more work on this. Again, I understand the developers can do whatever they want using the laws that exist. It's more about encouraging them to make a better development.
Okay, thank you, and I agree with those comments. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I guess I could support this if I'm confirming. Is staff going to then reach out to HCD and ask, how do you interpret the words allow for 100% affordable residential development in mixed use general plan designations? Is that how staff interprets the motion?
I'm happy to jump in. So we don't know. I think we're going to have to talk internally about that, whether it's a question of, hey, we're looking at alternative ways that we believe would comply with implementation program AB. Here's a couple ideas. What do you think? That's one option. And so the other is, the avenue that you mentioned. But I think we need to discuss that internally and then figure out what that conversation looks like.
I would just add a comment that I think that approach makes sense because there are areas that are not clear, and it's better to collaborate with HCD rather than to wave a red flag in front of them and say, what do you think, yes or no, and give them the complete opportunity to not collaborate with us. So I think that approach makes sense. I would agree with that. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. As much as I don't like to keep sending things back and doing more work on this, I think understanding the impact that some taller buildings adjacent to single-family homes can have, this feels like a very worthwhile pause to take a look at it and see. I think Councilmember Rennie made a great observation that maybe our daylight plane or something is so prohibitive or causes such a problem that developers just waive it. Maybe we can somehow get relief as the structure comes forward, whether it's 100% affordable or not, but soften things up so that we get some buffer space, knowing that we'll have taller buildings inherently with multifamily. And how do we create something where a developer can look at it and say, yeah, I can do that, encourage them. So I will be supporting this motion.
Further comment? Okay, could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. Okay, that passes. And so thank you for all of the work on this. We know this is very challenging, and particularly on top of all the development applications that we have. This is adding some more work, but I think it's worth it. So,
Mayor,
okay.
I have a quick announcement.
Yes.
There was a special meeting noticed for 9 p.m. for a closed session, and I just wanted to announce that closed session will begin after the council's regular meeting.
Thank you. So we're going to move right to item 11, which is to review the revised town council conduct policy. And so if we could get a staff report on that, please.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Wendy Wood, Town Clerk. The item tonight is to ask for the town council to approve the revised town code of conduct policy and newly created code of conduct policy for the boards, committees, and commissions as recommended by the policy committee. The policy outlines the expectations for conduct, communication, roles, and responsibilities and procedures before, during, and outside the town council meetings. The town council's existing code of conduct was last updated in October of 2022. Since that update, questions have come up regarding communication protocols and procedures for handling complaints, enforcement mechanisms, and clarity around roles and expectations. As a result, the policy committee was tasked with reviewing and updating the policy. Between January and April of 2025, the policy committee met 4 times to evaluate and refine the policy. The committee's goals were to improve clarity, promote respectful and transparent conduct, and ensure consistency with legal requirements. At the January 29th meeting, the committee identified key areas needing improvements. In the following meetings, the committee proposed several refinements and enforcement process, which included a more defined complaint process and clearer roles in reviewing complaints. They also provided additional clarification for council member communication expectations, updated language around the selection of an acting mayor, and made structural improvements to streamline the policy. The committee also recognized the challenges in applying the policy to both council and the board's commissions and committees. As a result, the committee made a request for staff to develop a separate code of conduct for the appointed bodies. This policy was reviewed and finalized by the committee at its April 22nd meeting. This policy is based on the structure of the revised code of conduct policy for council and tailored to align with the advisory responsibilities and functions and roles of the town's boards, commissions, and committees. The goal was to ensure the commissioners clearly understand their responsibility and expectations for ethical conduct, respectful communication, and productive engagement with public service. The proposed commission policy includes several key components designed to promote effective governance and respectful public service. It clearly defines the roles and responsibilities of the commission as well as individual commissioners in setting expectations for their conduct both within and outside of meetings. The policy establishes standards for respectful behavior during public meetings and requires commissioners to comply with applicable municipal, state, federal, and town policies. It provides clear guidance for interaction with the public, media, and town council. The policy also outlines the process for addressing complaints and violations between major and minor infractions to ensure fair and appropriate response. Together, these policies represent a thoughtful process intended to enhance the integrity and effectiveness of town governance. They offer clear, enforceable standards for both elected and appointed officials and reinforces the town's commitment to respectful, transparent, and accountable public service. This concludes my report, and myself, the town manager, and town attorney are available for any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the work on this. I know, having served on the policy committee and having seen elements of this come forward before, that it was a lot of work to extricate the commission from the council and recognizing different roles. And so I know that we have something in front of us, but my comment is that it's probably not 100%. It was something that I felt at the policy committee it was important to move this forward to council as soon as we could, even if we may make further changes tonight. But thank you for that. So are there any questions from council members? Vice Mayor?
I wanted to ask, during this process for creating the commission code of conduct, were any commissioners contacted to get their perspective on the changes?
We did not contact any commissioners. We had like a month in between when we did the council code of conduct policy versus the commissioner, but several aspects of the policy were mirrored to align with the council code of conduct policy, and a lot of the language that was taken was directly from the commissioner handbook.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, I'm going to go to the public. I have several cards. Jeffrey Suzuki, and then Emily Thomas, and then Gordon Yamati, and then Ali Miano.
Good evening, council members. I'm Jeff Suzuki. I am not speaking as a Complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner, but as a private citizen tonight. I would like to start with, even though I am speaking as a private citizen, I do have a few years under my belt as serving the town as a volunteer in the town's commissions, and hopefully my perspective might be of some value to you. First, I'd like to start with what makes for a good code of conduct. I believe that there would be two elements. One is clarity between good conduct and violations of the code of conduct. So there should be very little ambiguity in the language. And the second is the universal application of the code of conduct through its enforcement. I believe, after having spoken to a number of other commissioners, we'll probably focus more on the first point, but I'm going to spend my time, my limited amount of time, focusing on that second point regarding the universal application of the code of conduct through enforcement, right? Because how exactly is this code of conduct enforced? It's enforced in one of two ways. The first is basically the removal of a commissioner, which is done through a majority decision on the council. This seems fair enough. However, in the first part, it basically gives unilateral authority to the mayor to make all decisions regarding punishments for disciplinary actions for commissioners. I believe that this is quite problematic in the long run. If we were to assume, that the mayor has 72 hours in a day and is a saint, and we have 4 mayors in a row like this, perhaps we would be fine. But what about the 5th mayor, or the 6th mayor, or the mayors that come after that, right? Because what if the mayor likes certain commissioners over others, and they review a certain complaint, and they say out of political expediency, well, there are bigger fish to fry, so I'm not going to pursue this and potentially risk this commissioner being thrown off the commission. And on the other hand, you might have a mayor who finds the existence of a certain commissioner to be inconvenient. So they might be incentivized to be hard-pressed to pursue certain cases and enact disciplinary action through that. So what I'm saying here is that I believe that it would be better to have such decisions be evaluated by perhaps additional council members, or have the town attorney be the first point of contact, or the staff liaison on the commission for those complaints to go through initially before they are just fully evaluated unilaterally, effectively by the mayor and the town manager. Thank you.
I have a question. Thank you for your comments. Do you think that it would be appropriate for an employee of the town to, being the town attorney, to evaluate commissioners?
No, I actually do not. So when I say unilaterally, I think that that's an important term to use here. I do not think that. So when I say first point of contact, I believe that. So I'm going to break this down a bit. If I'm a commissioner and I see somebody violate this code of conduct, perhaps through unprofessional behavior, right, to go specifically to the mayor, right, or to a council member, right, the people who may have been responsible for appointing me, there are certain, let's say, power dynamics that are at play that would not make for the most objective report for that decision, right, or for that complaint. So when I'm talking about the specific report, I think that it would be more applicable, more appropriate to go through more of a professional in that case. However, when it comes to the actual doling out of disciplinary action, I think that having that specifically invested in an individual would be wrong, specifically the mayor. I think that it would be more just to have maybe such decisions be recommended by the mayor and then approved by the council, perhaps through a closed council session or something like this, before a letter before a verdict is delivered.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Emily Thomas?
Before I start, I do have do you want me to hand these out to everyone? I have my
You're
notes
welcome
that I did email them, but I know that it was late because I, was only at work for 13 hours yesterday. Thank you. So thank you for everything you guys do. It's a lot more work than our jobs. And first, I just want to say I'm Emily Thomas, and I am on the Planning Commissioner. But again, tonight, I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission. I am speaking for myself. But similar to Jeff, I have now some experience as a commissioner, so I'm hoping that my perspective is helpful in shaping this policy. And I just want to say thank you for everyone's work, including staff, on establishing a clear code of conduct for policy boards, or code of conduct policy for boards, committees, and commissions, because I really do value the expectations it sets for commissioners. I do have a few comments and suggestions related to the policy as written. First, some things that I think are really important and I appreciate are just the outline and the description of our role and responsibilities and the overall expectations that it sets, including how commissioners conduct our public meetings. I think that's really helpful, especially for some I just appreciate it. And I also really like the training, the procurement, the land use applications, that description, especially when it comes to planning commissioners, that's so important to our role. So I think that part is really clear and I really like it. So thank you. Please don't, I'm not anticipating that you would remove that, but that's a good part. Under those legal requirement parts though, there are a few things, sorry, there's a couple more. There's a couple of other things that I do have some concerns about though, and there's really 4 things. So the first is under the legal requirements for F, I think that it should explicitly state that it should be laws related specifically to boards, committees, and commission matters, just because I think that it's really within when you're acting as a commissioner, if that makes sense. I mean, you can see my notes and my changes, my comment on that on the document. Second, the portion about the relationship with town council, I think that under commission communication, it should be for all types of communication, not just to town council, but boards, committees, and commissions, and include all bodies. And then under that, this is my major concern, is really under this public communication portion, the 3 items I feel kind of were muddied, and I understand the sentiment, but I think that really it just needs to be the first 2 items and then explicitly stating that I don't think it's just necessary to explicitly point out media inquiries, because I think that it either should fall under item 1 or 2. I know that was I'm sorry. This is just,
okay.
I was at work for another 12 hours today. So if you have any questions, please ask.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you for your comments. Gordon Yamate.
Good evening. I'm Gordon Yamate. I'm here in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the DEI Commission. I believe that many provisions of the proposed code of conduct are problematic as they apply to the DEI Commission. Here are my biggest concerns among many. The new code requires that all communications concerning, quote, official positions being taken must first be forwarded to the council for approval, close quote. What is the term official position intended to cover? Are the DEI Commission's recommendations to the Town Council official positions of the Commission? Would asking for community input on future recommendations to the Council need to be approved by the Council? Would expressing a personal opinion on DEI issues covered by the Commission's work plan or the enabling language for the Commission itself constitute an official position? Having to get council approval on official positions will have a chilling effect on what commissioners can say, which can act as a prior restraint on commission members that violates their First Amendment rights. The new code requires that unless authorized by the mayor or town manager, all communications from individual commission members to the public regarding issues within the jurisdiction of that commission must be copied to the other members, the commission staff liaison, and the council. I think this might create some really important Brown Act issues. We have been previously advised by staff that to avoid inadvertent Brown Act violations, we should not be sending communications to all commission members, but route them through staff. Do we really need the mayor or the town manager's approval before we communicate with any member of the public just to avoid copying everyone? The new code requires that commissioners refer all media inquiries to town staff for an official response. Many commissioners receive calls from the media on a variety of concerns, and we are mindful to carefully respond to them in our personal capacities and not on behalf of the commission. To prohibit us from speaking to the press constitutes a clear and unequivocal prior restraint in violation of our First Amendment rights. The new code states that while commissioners may at times disagree with council decisions, once the council has taken a position or chosen not to implement a recommendation, we need to respect that decision. When we get no response from the council on our recommendation, when or at what point does that silence indicate that the council has chosen not to implement our recommendation? Does the council's silence or inaction or even rejection mean that the commission cannot consider alternative recommendations on the same subject matter or issue? This is a troubling limitation, again, on our First Amendment rights. I have many other concerns, but time does not allow me to expand on those further. The Code of Conduct, as currently presented, is ill-advised and creates serious threats of violating constitutional rights. If you want to encourage active and meaningful community participation through our commission, this code will not help us achieve that end. I urge you to not adopt this code.
Thank you, Mr. Yamate. I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
First of all, do you think that there's some language in there that says that commissioners serve at the will of the council?
I believe that is in there, yes.
And do you agree with that?
Yes, we're appointed by the council.
Okay. And the second point, which relates to commissions, is that they are advisory to the council.
Absolutely. And I agree. We are advisory.
Okay. So I won't get into further debate on that, but I appreciate your perspective on that. Thank you. Okay. Ali Miano.
Thank you for taking my comment, and thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's hard work. I know you have other lives, so do all of us, but we're here tonight to speak to you not as commissioners. I speak as a private citizen, but, and I only got a chance to read just a portion of this proposed policy this evening. But I was really shocked. When as you all know, I'm in the education business. And as an educator, I tried to teach my students to be mindful of the historical context. So unlike the very excellent points that were made before me, very specific, I'll just say that in this historical moment, this is not a time to be reducing people's free speech. This is not a time to be putting, as Mr. Yamate said, a chilling effect on people and their voices. We're doing this work because we care about this town, because we want to help better life here for everyone. We're not in the business of making trouble for anybody. I don't think we need to be quieted. I don't think we need to, have our mouths zipped. I think that, yes, we're volunteers. Some of us have probably less experience than others, and we may slip up from time to time. But I think you want to consider the goodwill of all these folks who are just doing their best to try to make our community better. And so if you would please not implement any portions of this policy that really would silence people. That's not what we need to be doing right now. There's enough of that going on in Washington. I felt like, our work here in local government was kind of a way to push back on the threats we're seeing to democracy today. And to see this come about in our local government as well. It's concerning. It's very scary in a time when legal residents are being deported and put in prison in foreign countries. What's next? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more cards. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak?
Yes, there's one hand on Zoom. Carmen Lowe.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carmen Lowe. I am a resident of Los Gatos and I serve on the DEI Commission on this town, but I speak tonight in my individual capacity. So I really understand and respect and value that the town has a right to ensure orderly conduct from the commissioners and during commission meetings and when they are working on behalf of the town. But this right does have to be balanced with free speech, with open public discourse, which are bedrocks of our country and key to good governance. So the commission regulations as written do not respect this balance. And these regulations restrict the speech of commissioners, not just while we're conducting business as commissioner, but really in our everyday lives as individual citizens and when we are just existing in our personal capacity. One of these examples is particularly the section regarding commission communications with the public, which provides that any sort of letters or forms of communication that by an individual commission member that is within the jurisdiction of that commission has to be distributed to the council or staff. This essentially means that every time someone who serves on the library commission wants to speak about the library would need to have that communication reviewed or distributed to the council and town staff. Anytime a commissioner on the DEI commission wants to talk about anything related to the town makeup would need to have that reviewed by the council or town staff. This is just severely overbroad. It's problematic and it really limits the ability of commissioners to speak as individual citizens. Additionally, the section about the commission relationship with town council, which states that while commissioners may at times disagree with council decisions, it's expected that commission and its individual members respect that decision. Which I understand the sentiment, but as written, it's incredibly vague regarding what does it mean to respect a decision. What I can surmise from that is that it really seems like a restriction on any type of dissent, disagreement, or even debate about work that's within the commission's purview. And limiting debate or discussion of topics to only the viewpoints that align with the council's is truly problematic. The last point I'll bring up is that there does seem to be a hypocrisy between the regulations that restrict the town commission members that do not mirror the regulations on town council members, such as restrictions on things like sitting on nonprofit organizations in parallel with their service. So I really do question how important a code of conduct regulation is if it does not equally restrict both commission and council members. At the end of the day, commissioners are merely volunteers who donate their time in an effort to make the community a better place. And these code of conduct regulations really have the effect of deterring this critical participation, and it can really hamper critical civic discourse that we need to be having at all levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more people on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so we will close public comment and go to questions by council members. Vice Mayor?
Oh, yeah, not a question to the speaker, but a question for staff, yeah. So I have all of the same concerns that I just heard from our commissioners, and I think it's very telling that 5 commissioners, 4 chairs, and former chairs of town commissions have all come out this evening to express their opposition to this, and have shared that they feel this would have a chilling effect on their free speech. I think that's incredibly concerning. I had a few questions, then I have lots of thoughts. For staff, what would happen if, for instance, a council member voted in a way that members of the public did not like, and then 20 or 30 members of the public decided to make slightly different but very similar complaints about a council member? Would the mayor then be forced to form 30 ad hoc committees? How would that work? How would that play out if 30 members of the public made complaints against a council member?
I like your thinking because it goes to the boundary cases of a policy. Presuming that the tenor of the allegation, the material tenor, is very similar across the board and that the elements of what we'd be looking into are the same, we'd probably consolidate that into one. And first send it off to be determined as to whether it's a major or minor violation, and then based on that, in accordance with the policy, the mayor would proceed in terms of the next steps.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for probably the town attorney, but there were a number of issues that were raised by the public about First Amendment rights being abridged by this code of conduct. You were involved in the creation of this code of conduct. What's your perspective on whether First Amendment rights are being abridged and how that relates to serving at the will of the council and being advisory as well?
In my opinion, the code of conduct that's proposed for commissioners does comport with the First Amendment because it allows any commissioner to speak as an individual, so long as those views are expressed as their individual views. What the proposed code of conduct does do is limit, it does place limitations on people who are speaking on behalf of a board or commission. And so it asks that communications on behalf of the board or commission be shared with others and that they be vetted by the council before they're distributed. So there is a distinction between whether you're speaking on behalf of the board or commission or expressing your individual views.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I have a question along that line. The way I read the commission code of conduct, it sounds like if a commissioner on the DEI commission is asked about DEI, the commissioner is forced to send that question of the media. So if a person from the media asks a commissioner about DEI, that DEI commissioner has to send that question to staff, even if that question is asked in an individual capacity.
As I recall, it was when the person is being contacted for the position of the commission, but let me get to the actual language.
In section 6, section 6B3.
What page is that of the staff report?
455, and it reads, commissioners shall refer all media inquiries to town staff for an official response to ensure that that consistent and accurate information is provided. It says commissioners shall refer all media inquiries.
Yeah, so you're right. As written, it does speak to all media inquiries. One way to narrow that would, and I think this matches the policy committee's intent, would be to say commissioners shall refer all media inquiries related to commission business to town staff for an official response.
But then if they want to speak as an individual on commission business, they are precluded from doing that. Or they have to send it to the staff.
Yeah, I think the goal was to make a distinction between someone representing the commission or the town as a whole versus speaking on their own behalf. That was the goal of that. There may be better ways to say it, but that was the intent.
And also, it does state that it's referred for an official response, and then it does indicate that they shall communicate in a way, no commissioner shall communicate in a way that provides official responses for the town or the commission without the authorization. So it's more looking for the official town response versus a personal response.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand that if the media is looking for an official position from the commission, but the way it's written, it reads, commissioners shall refer all media inquiries to town staff, which I cannot support.
That's obviously you can take a position on this. Sometimes it's productive to offer alternative language. Before we get to that, are there other questions? Okay, so let's come back to that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be in a position to offer alternative language. My ultimate recommendation is going to be to send this back to the town attorney with direction, because I think there's a lot of issues here. Again, so we heard from 5 commissioners this evening. 100% of them had serious issues with with this as it's laid out. So I'll share a few of my thoughts and then probably more later. I think that the process as laid out is overly granular, and I think the overly detailed, formalized process will encourage an increase in complaints. In my opinion, Los Gatos is incredibly fortunate to have ethical, thoughtful council members and commissioners. I do not believe we have issues happening in the town that warrant a process that subjects public servants to this process. It's already difficult to find commissioners to serve on our commissions. There's a variety of things. I've talked to multiple people in town who the Form 700 is a big enough reason for people to not want to serve on commissions. And this is creating far more reasons why people wouldn't want to serve on commissions. Beyond the commissioners that we've heard from this evening, I have spoken with several other commissioners who are concerned about this process. And as it is now, as our current process is, our process forces us to contract out complaints to an outside attorney, which costs thousands of dollars just for them to tell the town that the complaint is unsubstantiated. Unfortunately, I have seen complaints during my time on the council that have been politically motivated, and I believe that as written, this process would allow for greater weaponization of this complaint process. Further, this process, from my understanding, is very different from the norm of other cities in Santa Clara County. I went through and looked through all 15 codes of conduct or similar ethics processes for other cities. This is unusual. Other cities in Santa Clara County have processes that allow for conflict resolution between council members, where council members can talk things out. Ways for there to not have to be these highly formalized and frankly closed door, non-transparent processes. One of the codes of conduct that I like is Sunnyvale's. I can read that in a bit, but fundamentally, I believe that council members serve at the will of the public and commissioners do serve at the will of the council. If a council member does something unethical, the council can agendize a discussion about that at any time, and the public can initiate a recall against that council member at any time. If a commissioner does something unethical, the council can remove or reprimand them at any time via a public process. I'm comfortable with these processes because these are public, transparent, and very common. I am uncomfortable with the proposed processes, both for council members and commissioners. And I agree with the commissioners that we heard from this evening. I think that this would create a chilling effect. I think that this would allow for weaponization of the process, and I think it would decrease transparency. And so I have other models that I think are better, and I can talk to some of the specific issues that I have, but for now I'll defer to my council colleagues.
Other Comments? Yes.
I wasn't sure if you wanted me to respond to some of those
Sure.
questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in terms of the item that refers to the letter or other communications, that statement was taken directly from the Commissioner Handbook. So it's not a new thing that was added. It was taken directly from the Commissioner Handbook. And in terms of referring items to the mayor, that was taken to align with Resolution 1999-167, that the mayor or designee is authorized to counsel members of subordinate boards and commissions regarding proper conduct in public meetings. So the mayor does have that authority per the resolution. So those were the reasons for adding those items in the policy, just so you have a little bit of background.
Thank you. And I'll just, sorry, I do not at all want to, I don't like how I think this will be utilized. I very much appreciate the hard work that has gone into this. I am grateful that staff has put so much time into this. I know this has been a long process coming, but I do fear that this will have unintended consequences.
Other comments or questions? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I did attend one or two of the policy committee meetings, so I realized a lot of work went into this. Also, having served on the policy committee at different points on the council, I understand how when you've got just two people and staff, you can sometimes get very, very, very detailed on certain areas. And first of all, big picture, I appreciate the separation between the council, code of conduct, and commissioner, because they're, they needed to be differentiated. There's, it's good to have two different policies, so I like that. I think that so much of this has gotten so specific, and in terms of reviewing complaints, I have a variety of small changes I would make, but I think big picture, this is just too much process for something that I'm not really seeing a need for. I think we want to have a general idea of how we handle complaints. I am concerned that, I've been the target of complaints that were clearly politically motivated, and I don't want to turn this into something that has the staff and the council spinning, dealing with every time a member of the public doesn't like a council member. I also like the idea of if a council member has a complaint against another council member, I don't think it needs to be in the code, but talk to each other, right? We're all human beings. We should be able to talk to each other. So there's a bunch of little things I would change, but big picture, I just think this is too formulaic and trying to come up with every single option under the sun. And I think it's too detailed. That's where I am right now. I would just weed whack a lot of this.
I would just add a comment that the starting point for this work is our existing code of conduct. Our existing code of conduct actually has been held up as an example of good governance by the civil grand jury in Santa Clara County. The example of a weak code of conduct is what happened in Cupertino. And coming from the grand jury report, it says that that the city council voted in 2019 to rescind the code of ethics and conduct that had been voted on and passed. And a year later, the city council in 2020 adopted a new ethics policy. The civil grand jury has many concerns about the new ethics policy. And to boil it down, the first concern is that it ignores some of the roles of the council members with staff, and is recommending much more prescription on that. The second one, which I think is very important, is that the new version of the Code of Ethics contains no enforcement provisions that would allow action to be taken, and that's key. So when looking at these codes of conduct, the ones that are effective provide guidelines to address misconduct and inappropriate behavior, are able to implement appropriate disciplinary action when necessary, including warnings, sanctions, censure, and termination, and define steps to take depending on the nature of the violation, prior violations, and other factors that bear upon the seriousness of the violation. And so I think that Los Gatos has had a history of good governance. It's one that's been held up as an example. It has a particular problem that the council and the commission codes were intertwined in ways that it made difficult to understand how they could apply, how some of the council processes could apply to commissioners, and that was really the starting point for doing that. The starting point was not to weaken our code of conduct or to throw it out or to just go to common sense or just go to getting rid of a code of conduct that had steps and procedures for enforcement, because those are key parts of good governance. And I think that we have had very successful tenure of our volunteers. I myself was a volunteer for many years. I still consider myself a volunteer, even though having been elected. And I think that it's important that we have a code of conduct and not just rely on common sense, and that we use the existing code of conduct as a starting point. So you know, my sense would be I have not heard any serious proposals as an alternative to this. If we don't do anything, we stay with the existing code of conduct, which is problematic because of the way it addresses council members and commissioners. The issue about speaking with the press, if you were to take the language that exists for the council and try to apply that to commissioners, it would be extremely restrictive for commissioners as well. It would have the same issues. So it just, and it was clear from some of the previous complaints that have occurred that we need to do something to make that correction to it. So that's kind of my comments. Any other ones? Yes, Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So my thoughts on the council one, it is a little bit prescriptive, but I read through it carefully and couldn't really find any areas that I would disagree with or change, so I'd be tempted to approve that one. The commissioner one, I think as mentioned, that section B3 seems to, on page 455, seems to be very problematic. The first concept that I don't see addressed at all is I recall many years ago when I was on a commission that the chair had some ability to represent the commission and speak for the commission. This here pretty much says nobody, not even the chair, can speak for the commission without the mayor's approval, and that sounds ridiculous. That seems to be the way it reads. It also says things like, you know, the individuals can only speak as themselves, but there's other opportunities where, let's say they're tabling at Spring on the Green or something like that, where they're now in a commission booth speaking about the commission or for the commission, and that says they, you know, need permission or something to do that. So I agree completely. This section 3 is not very well written unless you want to just put a big piece of duct tape over the commissioners' mouths, I guess. So I as I said, I think The council one is potentially able to go forward. The commission one needs more work.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Well, if we're going to talk about the council one, I had a few adds or changes. I mean, if we want to go through this.
Whatever you would like to do.
Okay. So if we go, so in the packet on page 429 is where the red line version starts. And on the next page, so page 2 of 14, I was looking at where it talks about under mayor, section E, it talks about duties consistent with mayor office may be delegated to the vice mayor. And then there's a whole thing about how you decide if the vice mayor is not available, it's going to be by seniority. And if they're the same seniority, it's going to go alphabetical. It just seems like what we've done in the past is it's the vice mayor. And if the vice mayor is not available, whichever council person is available. I mean, I think I had situations when I was mayor where all of a sudden, like I tested positive for COVID and I wasn't going to make it. Contacted the vice mayor, and after that, it's like, Jeanette, whoever you can get to do this. So I think doing it alphabetically is sort of silly because it's going to end up being one person for the whole cycle. It should just be whoever's there. So I thought that was a little bit too specific. I would change it to if the vice mayor is unavailable, it can be delegated to another available council member. I would leave it that open. I don't think it's that serious.
Could I just ask?
Yeah.
Delegated by whom?
The mayor. We could say the mayor can delegate. Or,
The mayor's not available, so.
okay, the administrative assistant can throw out an email and say who can make it, and if anybody responds.
So it would be the administrative assistant? It would be delegated to the administrative
Yeah,
assistant.
who's usually
Maybe
the
the town
schedule.
manager.
That's true. Whoever wants to micromanage the schedules. I mean, our administrative assistant is usually the one. I mean, I guess I'm thinking a specific thing would be you're supposed to give a speech somewhere, or you're supposed to show up at an event. The administrative assistant, Jeanette, typically manages our calendars, is in touch with them, but I guess I don't know. I'm open to suggestion.
I did have that same concern, but then when I read in the previous paragraph about what are special duties, it doesn't really talk about ribbon cuttings and things like that. It talks about signing documents, issuing proclamations, serving as official delegates and that type of thing. So it seemed to be more of a of a real duty as compared to taking care of an event.
Okay. Well, hopefully we won't be missing the mayor and the vice mayor.
Councilmember Badami?
Yeah, so I think when we were discussing this, we were trying to think of an equitable way so that it would be fair for everybody to have an opportunity in rotation and that there wouldn't be any favoritism towards maybe a particular person that might be running for reelection and maybe wants to have some notoriety and publicity. I think we were just trying to be fair, giving everybody a shot.
Okay, and this is just for signing things or carrying out duties. I don't know. I guess I'm not sure where I am on that.
If I may,
Yeah.
council member just speaks to that. Again, this is all your policy, and we'll go with the direction you want to go, and this is pretty detailed in that respect. However, the positive side of being very explicit about what the order is, I don't want to be in the position of picking a council member and saying, oh, you just picked your favorite, instead of having an order. I want to keep it very objective and be out of it.
Right. Okay.
Are we okay? Should I ask a question now, Mayor, on this? So do we need then to set a time limit or something? You know, the manager sends an email, doesn't hear back for an hour, and it goes to alphabetical 2? I'm genuinely confused on how the process would work.
I will at the end. I want to make sure all the council members have a chance to speak to some concerns, but I do have some thoughts regarding this. However, I don't want to derail any of the conversation that you're having.
Okay. I guess, so that one, I guess TBD, or maybe I don't care. It just seemed kind of odd Okay, A, we're under council conduct in public meetings, and I think there's a parallel one for the commissioners for item 6A, use formal titles. I would amend that to say, the council should refer to one another during council meetings such as mayor, vice mayor, or council member, and I would delete the Mr., Mrs., Ms. I think it's just use titles. I've seen cases in the past where there were some council members who didn't actually understand that several female members had their given name, not their husband's name, and they'd be referred to by Mrs. such and such, and that was not an appropriate title. I also think as council members, we should just be mayor, vice mayor, and council member, or director or manager. And so I would prefer it just be titles and forget about the trying to debate somebody's marital status. Let's see. 6E, conduct during public hearings. In the middle of that part of E, it says, speakers at public meetings will be asked to provide their full name and state whether they're a resident of the town of Los Gatos. This information is optional but not required. I think that's redundant. We could just say the information is optional. Because if it's optional, it's not required by definition, right? So I would just take that out and, okay.
Can I ask a question on that? We don't do that.
That's true. We don't actually do that anymore.
If I could comment on that, that was a change to the process that was put in place when there were a lot of disruptions, and so we were advised that by our town attorney at the time that that's something that we could do if we needed to, and by putting it into the policy, it would allow us to do that, but it could help. So it's really up to whoever's chairing the meeting as to whether they take that step, and it's necessary to take it. Maybe we could pause here and see whether there's agreement on the items that Councilmember Risto has proposed so far. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I would want that to say may, then speakers of public meetings may be asked to provide their full names and state whether or not they're a resident. And I'm still, I'm not convinced that the alphabet, if we're creating a firm policy about who we're going to for decisions, I'm not necessarily convinced on the special duties one.
Okay, do you have an alternative to that?
No, I guess I can think about it.
Okay. I see Councilmember Rennie.
So I'm trying to remember now. My brain's getting a little foggy. I'm not in agreement on the deleting the Mr., Mrs. one, because that then opens up council members who accidentally use that to disciplinary action because they're not following the council policies. I know a lot of times when I'm trying to think through what am I going to say, and Mr. Hudis said this, and I agree, and I'm trying to think of, and to then it's very easy to forget to say Councilmember Hudis. No, wait, no, wait, he's mayor now. I don't want to get lost in all of that when I'm trying to think through what I want to say. So I feel like deleting those things makes it more prescriptive. You must call everybody by their title, which actually changes on us, right? Oh yeah, Mr. Moore is vice mayor now, sorry, kind of thing.
I'd point out that it's a should, not a shall.
But you were removing it. So it becomes an ability to do it.
Yes, but that starts by the council should refer rather than shall. So it wouldn't necessarily lead to disciplinary action, but it is one of the...
Use an honorific, whichever one kind of works for the speaker kind of thing. and there's lots of different honorifics. I mean, the idea was to honor the person, right? That's what an honorific is, rather than being specific about which one must be used.
Yes.
So-
Councilmember Risto.
So I'll point out, it just says should refer to one another formally during council meetings, such as mayor, vice mayor, council member. I don't think that means that those are the only titles that are available, and it's not a shall. But I guess if we want, we can leave the Mr., Mrs., Ms. in there. It's just, I've seen it get kind of silly in the past.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to make
Yes.
the same comment that it says such as, and I interpret that as meaning these are examples of what you can use. So it wouldn't necessarily prohibit you from using that or from not using that.
Yeah, and my comment is because of that, I'm okay with it as it's written, but if there's a need to change it, we can certainly do that. To get past these, I'd like to see whether we have council agreement on those. Okay, do I need to take a vote on these if I'm not getting a comment? Or is staff able to incorporate the comments that have?
I think we should get through them and then summarize in the end what the changes are, just to make sure we don't leave something off.
Right, okay. Okay, so let's move on. Anyone else want to take the lead on the next set? We're still in the Town Council Code of Conduct. Councilmember Risto.
Okay, I guess I'll continue along. Some of these are just so minor. Let me see. On page 435, which is page 7 of 14 of the policy, at the very bottom under enforcement, super minor. It was just since we've changed the sentence under purpose, where we say this section describes a process, to item 1 allows the public, it should say allow the public. So the S should be stricken, and the next line, and number 2 should say provide guidelines, as opposed to provides, just because we changed the subject there. When we get down to reporting of complaints, B on page 8 of 14, complaints by the public, it talks about complaints regarding a council member must be submitted in writing to the mayor or the vice mayor. And it says the complaint shall also be copied and forwarded to the mayor. I don't understand that sentence.
Which one are you referring to?
Okay.
B3?
B1. We have 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
3, when it says so first it says the complaint must be submitted in writing to the mayor. Then if it concerns the mayor, it should be submitted in writing to the vice mayor. The complaint shall also be copied and forwarded to the mayor.
To the town manager, I think.
I think that's a typo. It should be like under section B, where it be copied and forwarded to the town manager and the town attorney, who are the two that are administering this on your behalf.
Okay, so
Correct.
that should be
I see.
changed.
Correct.
The other question I have is, I think the complaint should also be forwarded to the person about whom the complaint is written. I think if other people are reading about a complaint about a council member, they should know about it.
So right now, at the bottom, it does say that there is notification to the subject council member.
But that's 3 days later.
Mm-hmm.
Why, if the mayor receives the complaint, why doesn't the person who's the subject of the complaint receive it right off the bat? I mean, it's not a classified secret, right?
It depends. It could be a matter that could be legal or subject to sanctions that are not the typical ones that be at council. It could be something that requires us to consult with the district attorney, or it could, so there's not necessarily, I don't know. It actually offers that opportunity. We could remove it, but again, a complaint coming from the public is no different than any communication coming to council. If it goes to the whole council, it goes to the whole council.
Right, so this doesn't go to the whole council, right? It goes just to the one person.
No, not unless I think it's deemed a major case, and then the major case comes before the council with the investigative materials.
Okay, I just felt like I think somebody should be notified that there's been a complaint filed against them. Okay, so it's 3 days complaint. Let me have.
Can I clarify that? Sorry. I think that was in there previously because once we get a complaint, the person that receives it may not be available, may not get it that same day. So I know there was also discussion about extending it to possibly 5 days in the event that the person that the complaint was sent to is unavailable. So that was kind of the reason, the thought process behind the 3 days is just because that person may not be available to then turn around and notify the complainant. Because I think the town attorney said that was previously a responsibility in the office and sometimes proposed some challenges because of weekends or vacations or other things.
Okay, that makes sense. But wouldn't the person who's the subject of the complaint receive it concurrently with the mayor? I mean, it has to be turned around, I get that.
Yeah, the way the policy is written currently is that it's submitted to the mayor and copied to the town manager and town attorney.
Okay. All right, and then on the next page, okay. Oh, when we're talking about the ad hoc committee, will consist of the mayor, and this is the top of page 9 of 14. Ad hoc committee will consist of the mayor and one rotating council member to be selected in alphabetical order. I don't agree with that. I think it can either be at random or it can just be, why isn't it the vice mayor?
Are you proposing a particular way to do that, or would you like comments back on random? I think that can you draw it out of a hat?
It could be, or just be rotating, or if you start alphabetically, if there's a second event later in the year, then it's a different council member. It's not the same ad hoc all the time, or I don't know.
Well, that would be, I think that was the intention of this, that it's rotating. Someone serves on one and then it rotates to another. So
okay, so it's rotating within that year?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
that wasn't clear. Okay.
Yeah, that was the discussion we had at the policy meeting, that it would be rotating. So each time there was an ad hoc created, it would be rotating based on the alphabetical order. And we selected alphabetical order just because it was easier to determine, and that way it provided a fair ground for everybody.
Okay, I apologize. That makes sense. And then what did I have at the bottom of that page under 3? A, subsection 3, if the ad hoc committee determines the complaint involves a minor violation, the mayor or vice mayor, may privately admonish or counsel. Oh, and I think this was taken from another section of the old code of conduct. Okay, so those words were already there, so that's fine. I had a question about it, but I remember I read it somewhere else later. On the next page, page 10 of 14, if we go down to subsection Roman numeral 4, small Roman numeral, upon completion, the final report is delivered to the mayor or vice mayor with a copy to the town manager and town attorney. The town attorney will also serve as record keeper of all relevant records involving any complaint or investigation involving council members and commissioners. I would say the subject council member should also get a copy of that report. I don't think that seems right, that there would be a report written about a council member and that person would not have it. I don't know if that was an omission or if there's a good reason not to do
As
that.
I recall, that was discussed at policy committee, and I think there are limited circumstances under which it would not make sense to provide the report to the council member. And I'm trying to think of those examples, and it might be if it was like severe criminal conduct and it was going to be referred to the district attorney. And so I think we were trying to keep it loose, like, and perhaps it could be amended to say will be provided to the subject council member if appropriate, or won't be provided when necessary, or something like that.
Right, then I would prefer that it say, provided to the subject council member unless extenuating circumstances or unless there's a compelling legal reason not to, or something like that. Because otherwise it sounds like it's just a judgment call.
And I think that might be addressed in lowercase Roman numeral I 1. So notify the subject council member in writing. If there will be disciplinary proceedings, the report will be disclosed.
But if there weren't, if a whole investigation was done about me, for example, and then you're like, oh, we're not going to do anything, I would like to see the report. I mean, that seems sort of
Yeah,
strange.
I mean, I think Councilmember Risto's suggestion to disclose unless there's a compelling reason, a legal reason not to, makes sense.
I do recall the discussion, so it's in line with the Brown Act. So because the ad hoc committee consists of 2 council members, if we get the report to a third one, then we would have to give it to all council members, and it would be a Brown Act record.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that it probably should go to the whole council, because now there's 2 council members who know a whole lot of extra information and the rest of the council doesn't, and that seems odd to me. And then also going back up to 436, I have a few more above where we're at now. I don't want to interrupt too much, but just on this topic, I would think, again, we're trying to play out all of the scenarios here. I would think if there were serious, accusations or whatever, the council member who is the subject of that, and if it's getting referred to the DA, the council member who is the subject of that should definitely know, because they will need to go get a lawyer. I think you're giving a huge amount of deference to the position of the town over the council member. I think that's, I don't know what the situation would be. I can't necessarily think of what it would be, but I would think that when the complaint is forwarded for the first time, the council member who it is about should know what it is about, so they know what they need to deal with.
Councilmember Badami.
At an appropriate time, probably the sooner the better. If we could take a 5-minute break, I would appreciate it.
Think this would be a good time. Why don't we do that? And we'll come back at, let's just say 11:10. And I think we've had some good input. I would maybe suggest that we don't continue down this path of debating points, and that we maybe consider holding a study session with the full council to discuss our ideas. Study session can bring in examples and other things, because it doesn't seem that we're even going to get through the council code of conduct. And if we did, we would still have the issue, and we cleaned that up and worked all the points. We would still have the issue of a commissioner code of conduct that would fall under the council code of conduct. So if folks are okay with that, I would suggest that we continue this item and to convene a study session. Vice Mayor.
I think that sounds good. Would you be okay if I provided a couple of sort of high-level things for staff to consider before we adjourn on this?
I would suggest that we do that in writing, because I have high-level things, and I'm sure others do as well. And I think that would perhaps take the process further than what we would want to do with regard to this document. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, we just talked about it for an hour, and I didn't get to chime in. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I would take a few minutes to provide a few comments. I don't think that's out of line with the process, but if you do, that's...
Why don't you take 2 minutes?
Yeah, time me. So one issue that I think we need to figure out is this: we're creating an ad hoc committee of the mayor and vice mayor, but the council member who's the subject is getting copied, which we're saying constitutes a Brown Act violation. And so I think we need to figure that out. I don't know how to fix that, if it's the whole council needs to get copied or how we do that, but I think that's something worth thinking about. And I guess that I can hold on that right now, but I think that's one thing that is worth considering.
It was concise. Other comments? Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, thank you. I think this absolutely needs a study session, and there's just so many parts, and I was under the impression that we were going to try and get through this, but I think I spent a lot of time on little items, and we've got bigger issues to discuss, so I appreciate that we'll have that opportunity.
I remembered my other last quick comment.
Yes.
I'm sure staff will do this. We have spent a lot of time on the council code of conduct. I think the comments provided by the commissioners should all be taken into account as we think about the commission code of conduct. I think Planning Commission Chair Emily Thomas, I think her sort of red line of the code of conduct brings us some really good points, as does the conversation we were having at the beginning. So I think all of that is good food for thought as we think about how to go about the commission code of conduct.
Thank you. I will provide, if no one else, I will provide comment that I think code of conduct is essential for good governance, and that a code of conduct has to not only address behaviors, but also has to address consequences for not following the code. And so I would be certainly open to other starting points, including other cities. So I would invite, if council members have other codes that they think are other good starting points, to suggest that they submit them to staff. My comment is that we have a good code of conduct, but it had some problems that needed to be fixed, and it served us well. So Town manager? All right, so we will move on without taking action on this item, and that leaves us to the council matters. Start with Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. On April 17th, April 24th, and May 1st, I participated in meetings of a resident wildfire advisory group. On April 17th, I attended the ribbon cutting for the Trailhead Connector project. The mayor and Councilmember Risto were also in attendance, along with a lot of other people. It was quite an event. On April 22nd, I participated in a meeting of the Council Policy Committee, which was what we were discussing tonight. On April 28th, I attended a partial meeting of the Finance Commission as an observer. On May 1st, I participated in a meeting of the West Valley Stormwater Authority. And please note, that was our first meeting with the name change from West Valley Clean Water. On May 1st, I also participated in a meeting of the Solid Waste Management Authority. And on May 5th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission as an observer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I don't really have a lot to report. I think the Vice Mayor will comment on Friday's Leadership Los Gatos graduation, but I was pleased to be there and see our next group of solid leaders coming forward.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I toured the El Camino Hospital in Los Gatos, which was I had actually never been there, which I thought was embarrassing because I had been born at El Camino Mountain View. So that was a really interesting time to spend there. A lot of the folks that work there live in Los Gatos, which is great. I attended the Police Academy graduation, which was a great event as always. What a great program that we do. Thank you to our police department for putting that together. I attended 2 Finance Commission meetings. I had the honor and privilege of standing in for the mayor at a few different events while he was away. So one was the Arbor Day tree planting with Yavna Day School, which really enjoyed. Planted a very nice red bud tree that hopefully will be watered well and live on for many years to come. Great school, great kids. Yeah, really, they were all so into it, and they sang, which was really nice. So, very cool. Attended Spring into Green and spoke at that event. Always a great event. It was a little bit cloudy and a little bit rainy, which is unusual for Spring into Green. Usually, it's way too hot, but it was a great event too. I attended the Leadership Los Gatos graduation. We had a great cohort, a lot of staff, which was really great to see. And I talked with one of our police officers who has been with the department for 25 years, and he said he felt like that was one of the best professional development experiences he had had because he got to work so much with other departments, learn about how other departments work in a really intimate way. And he was like, I know exactly who to call now when, I have an issue about X, Y, or Z. So that was great. And just this past weekend, I had the pleasure of speaking at the Art Now ceremony, which was always just a great event. I got to speak about youth empowerment and the importance of standing up for and doing things to support young people. I think, one of the things I said is that I think it's always hard to be an artist. I think it's always hard to be a young person. I think it's especially hard to be a young artist these days. And so the people there were really just super impressive. And then the last thing I'll comment on is I, through my role as the VTA board alternate, I am now the vice chair of the Capital Program Committee, which basically goes through VTA's capital budget. And it's a, as you could expect, a massive budget with lots of projects. And the VTA Capital Program Committee recommended at our last meeting that we allocate $11.3 million in capital funding for the Highway 17 Corridor Congestion Relief Project. This is $11 million of new funding. For the breakdown of dollars, staff shared that $5.5 million of the new allocation is to complete the environmental review, which should be done early next year. And 7.7 is being set aside for the design phase, which is really exciting. VTA staff shared how appreciative they were that the town has already contributed significant funding. They said that's really what moves these projects along, and that some of the projects that have gotten delayed are because the municipalities haven't contributed funding, and so that was really great to see. And VTA is a giant agency that serves 2 million people in Santa Clara County. This was one of only, and VTA has a very, very tight budget this year. This was one of only 32 capital projects that VTA chose to prioritize this year, and Los Gatos got $11 million of the funding. So I think that's a really big win. The one other thing I'll touch on with that doesn't impact Los Gatos yet, but I think will in the future. There is a pilot study being funded to figure out how to quiet road noise on Highway 85. It's being done in areas that aren't quite adjacent to Los Gatos yet, but Los Gatos is up next. And assuming those pilots go well, Los Gatos, the Los Gatos portions of Highway 85 will be funded next. And I've talked to a lot of residents who live in sort of the Rinconada neighborhoods and over off of Lark that have big concerns about highway noise. And so I think that's a good win for us. So, yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, thanks. I attended many of the events that were noted. I would say, some of the high points were the ribbon cutting for the Creek Trail. That was absolutely fantastic, and the Police Academy graduation. A couple others that weren't already noted was on April 17th. There was a town hall held by, conducted by Representative Liccardo and Panetta at the high school, and there was a full turnout for that, and they gave some perspectives, but they also, I think, responded to very strong concerns from a variety of residents from different perspectives, and I thought it was a very healthy event for the community to have that access, and I think we were very honored to have them select Los Gatos as a location to do a town hall. The other one that I would comment on was the West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting, which was held here in Los Gatos, and almost entirely discussed wildfire and how cities could collaborate on wildfire preparation. I observed the DEI Commission special meeting on the 21st, and I participated in the Community Health and Senior Services Commission meeting on the 24th. And that's what I have. So if we could go maybe to Town Attorney.
Yes, the Town Council will now move into closed session to discuss one item of existing litigation and 2 items of potential litigation in accordance with Government Code Section 54956.9.
Okay, and before we convene, I was just giving an opportunity for any town attorney reports, but town manager, do you have any report tonight? Okay, so this meeting is adjourned.